Welcome to the City Council's October 26th regular City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. My name is Drew Combs, Mayor of Menlo Park for 2021. I'd like to introduce staff and City Council members present, including Vice Mayor Betsy Nash and City Council member Cecilia Taylor, Council members Jim Willison, will be joining us shortly, and Councilmember Ray Mueller is expected to join us at 6 p.m. Staff present include City Manager Starla Jordan Robinson, City Attorney Nara Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. Next, agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from City Council members under City Council member reports. Staff has requested that when the full City Council has been joined the meeting, we'll go into item G1 as soon as practical. Does the City Council wish to pull or modify any agenda items? Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I would like to pull F6, the vehicle purchase, for discussion, please. Thank you.
Okay. Well, then we'll pull F6 for discussion, and when it comes to the consent calendar, I'll be recused from F5, and so we'll take F1 through F4 probably as a motion when we get there. Okay. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Again, echoing a welcome to our October 26th City Council meeting. At this time, we ask that the City Council remain on screen, engaging their own webcams and microphones for the duration of the meeting. City staff will engage their webcams and microphones to make presentations, as well as respond to any questions that the City Council may have. For members of the public, we're here to speak on an item on tonight's agenda. After the mayor has called for public comment on that item, please engage that engage the hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Or if you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 at that time. I'd also like to announce that our recruitment for the Independent Redistricting Commission is still open through Friday, October 29th. So that's this Friday. Feel free to visit our website, menlopark.org/redistricting, where you can reach out to me or any of your City Council members. That does conclude my introduction. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Herron. With that, we'll move to the presentations and proclamations portion of the meeting. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comment for agenda item D1?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item D1 related to our proclamation recognizing Children's Environmental Health Month, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. And we do have one hand raised. The name coming up is California ANHE.
Hi, yes, that is me. My name is Katie. I am a member of the California Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments, and wanted to just speak on behalf of the Children's Environmental Health Month, if that's all right. So thank you so much to Mayor Combs and the City Council for allowing me to just add some comments this evening, and for proclaiming the month of October as Children's Environmental Health Month. So I am a registered nurse. I am a Master of Public Health student, and I am also, like I said, a member of the California Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments, or as we call ourselves, ANNE, California ANNE. And on behalf of all of us, we'd like again to thank Mayor Combs and the City Council for declaring October the month of Children's Environmental Health. So during this month, we've been choosing to shine a light on the special vulnerabilities of children to a range of environmental health risks. And we thank you in joining us in standing up for California kids. So as nurses in our organization, we know well that the quality of our air, our water, food, and the chemicals in our everyday products, as well as the continued threat of climate change, can greatly affect the health of children in this state. And we believe that no parent should have to worry about their environment causing harm to their children's health, and especially that no parent should have to worry more about their children's health than their more privileged counterparts. So this is why the time to act is now. And we're grateful that you're, moving forward with this proclamation. We believe that children are a future and that they deserve to have a future that is healthy and equitable and sustainable. And we want to thank you again for your time and commitment to the cause. We're excited to continue to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie, a really quick question before you go. We had that Pat Bachlian was going to accept the proclamation after I read it. Were you speaking in place of her? Because we don't see that she's on the meeting.
I'm speaking for her. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Totally cool. Thanks for that.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on our proclamation this evening. Item D1. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Herron. And so now I'll read the proclamation recognizing Children's Environmental Health Month. Before that, I'll note that Councilmember Willison has joined the meeting. So the proclamation, whereas the aim of Children's Environmental Health Month is to raise awareness about the importance of clean air and water, safe food and consumer products, healthy environments, and stable climates to children's health and development. And whereas the statewide Children's Environmental Health Month was established on September 1st, 2021 through House Resolution 68 by the California State Assembly. And whereas whereas Children's Environmental Health Month provides a means to celebrate the progress of children's environmental health of the children's environmental health movement and create an even stronger network of child health advocates. And whereas Children's Environmental Health Month encourages individuals and organizations to raise awareness and understanding of children's environmental health issues, seek improved protections for all children, and to perform acts of sustainability or environmental health wellness. And whereas together we can safeguard the health, safety, and well-being of our most precious resource, children. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and the city, do hereby proclaim October 2021 as Children's Environmental Health Month, and urge all citizens to observe this month with awareness raising and environmental health and stewardship activities to create a healthier environment for our children. Thank you, and thank you, Katie, for your comments and for all the work that the Nurses Alliance has done in this and towards this effort. With that, we'll move on to public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general direction. City Clerk Herron, can you call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Justin Mates.
Good evening, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Justin Mates, Deputy County Manager for the County of San Mateo. I'm here today to speak about the county's redistricting process, which is taking place right now. There is an ongoing outreach on social media, traditional media, and in the community, but we also wanted to make a public comment during your meeting tonight. The 2021 Supervisorial District Lines Advisory Commission is currently performing a mission fundamental to our democracy. helping to ensure all residents of San Mateo County have equal representation on the Board of Supervisors based on the 2020 census data. These new population figures will be used to draw lines so San Mateo County's 5 supervisorial districts have close to the same number of people. But this is more than a numbers game. Districts should also fairly represent communities with shared needs and interests, also known as communities of interest, which are the building blocks of the redistricting process. On behalf of the county and the commission, I invite everyone watching or listening to this meeting to get involved in this important process. As a first step, we encourage everyone to go to smcdistrictlines.org. That's smcdistrictlines.org, where you will find a wealth of information and ways to participate. We want to hear from you, the public, about what you consider your community. You can fill out a survey available in English, Chinese, Spanish, or Tagalog. Share your opinions and comment on Facebook and Twitter using the hashtag SMC District Lines, that's hashtag SMC District Lines, or participate in a public meeting. The last scheduled public meeting of the commission is this week on October 28th, at which it's expected the commission will recommend a map or maps to the Board of Supervisors, which will then take up that maps in its meetings in November. As the members of this council know, our elected representatives make decisions that have real impact on our communities. The Board of Supervisors oversees an annual budget of $3.8 billion. Where district lines are drawn impacts who can run for the office and which voters can vote for candidates from a district. Once approved, district boundaries will be in place for the next 10 years. The time to get involved is now. Please visit smcdistrictlines.org. Thank you very much for the time this evening.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on items not on tonight's agenda. And seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Herron, and thank you, Deputy County Manager Mates, for the statement on redistricting at the county level. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. And so, again, so F1 has been pulled for edits. Correct, City Clerk Herron, and is
so
that
for
correct?
F1, staff is requesting that we pull the October 13th minutes. Okay. There was an error, but we are still requesting that City Council consider September 21st, October 5, and 12. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So F1 will include all minutes except for October 13th. Then we have F2 through F4 that haven't been pulled. F5, which I'm recused, F6, which Vice Mayor Nash wants to talk about, and then F7. So if there's a motion on F1 through F4 and F7, we can entertain that now. Council Member Willison.
Yes, so moved. I'll move items F1 through 4 and F7. Okay. With the October 13th meeting pulled for the minutes.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
I'll second.
Okay.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Willison and a second by City Council Member Taylor to approve items F1 without the October 13th minutes, items F2, F3, F4, and item F7. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Mueller absent.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. So my plan is that the council will take up F5 next, of which I'm recused, and then we'll come back and discuss F6. And before I go off, I am recused from F5 because it involves Facebook, and Facebook is my employer. And I am recused from any items that involve Facebook before the City Council. And so with that, I will go off and turn over running the meeting to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. So would someone like to move ahead with item number F5, please. Make a motion.
Actually, Vice Mayor, as a point of
Yes.
order, I do not believe we took public comment on our consent.
Oh,
So let's maybe open that up to public comment, and
yes,
my
please.
apologies
Thank you
for
so much, City Clerk
for
Karen.
just catching that. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our consent calendar items F1 through F7, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. Our first speaker will be Lynn Bramlett.
Good evening, council members. This is Lynn Bramlett, District 3. Thank you for recognizing that I wanted to speak. I was disappointed in the answers to the grand jury's report on global sea level rise. I've considered many of them superficial, flip, or basically a non-answer to a very serious topic. And to me, this shows the need to convey a community meeting on disaster management so we can hear from the experts and do integrated planning. The housing element update is supposed to include provisions for post-disaster displacement, and I've yet to see any real effort toward a safety element, which could also be a disaster preparedness and safety element like they have at Berkeley, where they take it seriously. Sea level rise is not the only threat facing Menlo Park that will disproportionately impact Belhaven. Another is an eruption on the Hayward Fault. That fault erupts on average every 150 years. The last one was in 1868. In fact, I spent 5 hours at a conference on the topic this week. And, there'll be predicted serious displacement impacts, especially with people living near the bay. So it's more than time to bring in a full-time in-house competent emergency manager, like the example in Ken Dooker in Palo Alto. Now I want to turn back to some of the answers that I found really troubling. One of them here, it says here, destruction of low-cost housing on the bay and coast by flooding and erosion due to sea level rise will further increase inequities in communities such as Belhaven, et cetera. And then the city's response that it agrees in part with the finding, but the city agrees that the impacts of sea level rise could impact the Belhaven neighborhood, et cetera, and exacerbate any inequities experienced by residents in these neighborhoods. But then it goes on to say, however, these impacts are not limited to the destruction of housing, but also include the resulting displacement and economic, social, and emotional impacts and financial instability that could result from sea level rise and increased or more frequent flooding risks. So just by that additional comments, it's saying in essence, yeah, I agree, but hey, here's even more. It's going to be even worse. So I'd like to see us take this seriously. I've been coming to these meetings, spending my time doing what I can, and it's just not nearly enough. It's time for the government to do its part and to take seriously these kind of reports that I don't think go nearly far enough with what I know, especially studying documents from the fire district, et cetera. So council, I urge you to take this seriously and do more for this very serious risk.
Thank you for your comment. I did see Pam Jones's hand, but it went down. Pam, did you have a public comment for the consent calendar? If so, you can engage that hand feature one more time. And then for anyone else who has any comments on our consent calendar at this time, please press *9 if calling in from a landline or cell phone, or engaging that hand feature in the bottom of the screen. And our next speaker will be Pam Jones. Pam, try to unmute yourself.
I have a comment on F5. Am I in the correct place?
Yes, thank you so much.
Good.
Go right
All right.
ahead.
Thank you, council members, Vice Mayor Nash, and also staff. Pam Jones, resident of the Menlo Park, Belhaven neighborhood. As far as removing the left turn restriction, I think that that is inappropriate and will be unsafe. I take Constitution off of Marsh Road frequently, so I'm familiar with it. I don't think any changes should be made until there's either one solid plan with no future changes, or we wait until all of the projects are built and then see what we really need to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further hands raised, Vice Mayor, you may continue.
Thank you very much. And thank you to our two speakers, Ms. Bramlett and Ms. Jones. Is there any discussion or questions about F5 now from the council, or would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. I wanted to check in if there was any staff present to kind of follow up on some of the concerns with F3, the grand jury response.
So if we could take item F5 first, and then when the mayor returns, have him join us for that discussion. I do believe Nicola Diolari, our Public Works Director, might be able to address some of the concerns brought up in public comment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. And yes, thanks again to the public commenters. Regarding F5 and the left turn restriction, I had the opportunity to watch a little bit of the Complete Streets meeting where this was discussed. And Ms. Jones's comment reminded me a lot of that conversation, and kind of what is the comprehensive circulation plan for that area that's getting heavily developed right now. And it seems to be that we're looking at more in a piecemeal way. And I'm seeing in the staff report that staff agreed to work with the Complete Streets Commission to develop area-wide recommendations for mid-block pedestrian crossings that likely connect. But I'm wondering what the status of that is and kind of what staff's thoughts are in terms of kind of a comprehensive look and safety and circulation in this increasingly developing area.
Thank you. Ms. Heron, do we have staff on hand to answer the question?
Yes, we should. Just 1 moment.
Hey, this is Hugh Louch. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director for Transportation, and can report back on that conversation with the Complete Streets Commission and what we discussed with them. And I think maybe the first thing to acknowledge is that there is a lot of development that's taking place in the area, and obviously that's going to change the character of the area a lot. And that what you have in that area also is quite a few very long blocks that we think as staff inevitably will need enhanced crossings to accommodate the new residents and the additional folks who are likely to be working there as well as that development comes in. So we did have a very, I would say, good conversation with the Complete Streets Commission. And what we talked about, and actually what we started working on even in that meeting, was just to identify what exists today in terms of the available infrastructure for people biking and walking in the area. So where are their bike lanes? Where are the crossings today? And then we agreed to sit down with them and kind of work through where does it make sense to have those crossings in the future, and taking into account all the new things that we anticipate will come with that development. So there are quite a few paseos that are planned. We want to orient those crossings as best as possible to where there are sort of access points to the either existing buildings or future proposed buildings. And then we can use, the kind of judgment that we can bring to it to help make sure that we identify where those crossings could be to accommodate all of those needs. So we think that, we definitely have a little bit of work to do that. We have a little bit of time to get to that point as these developments some are just approved, some are potentially in the pipeline and may get approved in the future. But it's certainly something that we see as a priority as we start to see more and more folks living and working in that area.
Yeah, just from my perspective, it seems like a lot of the developments within the developments have these paseos. But then if you're trying to go from one to the other, and you actually have to cross one of these streets, that's where you're going to run into trouble. So, so can I guess it's a little bit of a chicken and egg because you don't want to plan before the people, but what I don't want to see is the people come and then we still don't have the plan. So what is there a process being made where like how can we feel comfortable or how can council feel comfortable that it's not like having worked in safe routes for many years, it can take years and years and years to get a crosswalk. And so if it means we need to plan now for something that's going to happen in 3 years, I don't want us in 3 years saying, oh gosh, it's going to take another 3 years. So can you describe to us how we can have confidence that we're not going to kind of like wait until there's a problem before we're looking at this?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for that comment, Councilmember Olson. So we, as I say, we aren't planning to wait 3 years to get to this. We already started. So we did develop this sort of initial map that identifies what exists today. You know, the next step then I think is, you know, sometime in the next several meetings, so within months, we will sit down with the Complete Streets Commission, identify where it looks like it makes the most sense to put those crossings. Again, that'll depend a little bit on how those developments evolve and change, because as you say, the point is where they actually put their paseos and where those will impact where we want to put the future crossings so that they align in a way that makes sense. So to the extent that any of that changes, you know, we need to be a little bit flexible, but we can essentially identify where we anticipate those crossings being, and then that can also help us sort of as we move forward working with that. So I think within months we can have I would call it a sketch plan for where we think those would go, and then we can refine that, you know, as we're working with particular developers.
Great, that sounds great. And I would just have 2 asks. One is if you are unsure of where a crossing may end up in the future, to maybe use temporary installation products, you know, that if they needed to be changed, they could be changed and modified as the development continues to progress. And then 2, I think it's great that you're working with the Complete Streets Commission. I think given the amount of things happening in that area, to have maybe a check-in with council in like 6 months or so to let us know what that's looking like and how that's going, because these things, like I said, are kind of coming to us as one-offs, and to give us also some insight into that comprehensive circulation and safety plan, I think would really be nice. So thank you very much. Councilmember Nash, that's all, and I feel more comfortable now. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to add also to make sure that we're including the Sequoia Union High School District and Tide High School as because people are crossing, and also the developments on Haven Road, so that we really get a comprehensive plan, as I'm sure you are aware. Thank you. Are there any more comments about or any more council discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move F5 and add that I'd like staff to come back in approximately 6 months with an update, and that would be my motion.
Councilmember Taylor.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Willison and a second by City Council Member Taylor to adopt resolution number 6681, authorizing the removal of left turn restrictions to the 105 through 125 Constitution Drive driveway, and direct staff to return in 6 months. Just type this as I'm reading it. Direct staff to return in 6 months with a report out. Correct? Okay, any further city council?
And to clarify, the report out isn't necessarily about the left turn. It's about that area and the circulation safety analysis, I guess, per the Complete Streets Commission kind of request. Or
any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, city council member Taylor,
Yes.
city council member Willison,
yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and the motion passes with city council member Mueller absent and Mayor Combs recused. With that, I will invite our mayor to return. As soon as he does, we can get some discussion from staff on item F3. Welcome back, Mayor Combs.
Great. Thanks, City Clerk Karen. And my apologies for missing the public comment. I was so busy trying to figure out which went where that I forgot what was recused, what was being pulled, that I forgot about that. So my apologies. But now let's go to F6, which the Vice Mayor has pulled. And so I'll let her comment on why she wanted to pull that.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and if I may interrupt again just for a moment, we did have a public comment on F3, and City Council Member Taylor has requested staff maybe just follow up on that. So if we could take a moment here, I believe our Public Works Director, Nicola Diolari, will be able to respond to some of those.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks.
Thank you. So Nikki, I'm trying to promote you now.
Good evening, Mayor Combs, council members, Nikki Nagaya, Public Works Director. Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions about item F3. So I think in particular, Ms. Bramlett spoke about the response to item F11, and apologies if the tone of the letter conveyed that we were disagreeing with the findings that the impacts of sea level rise could have more extreme impacts on the Belhaven community as well as the other communities that are listed in the grand jury's report. That was not the case. The reason we agreed in part with that finding from the grand jury was because they identified low-cost housing and the destruction of such low-cost housing to be the primary impact that would come from sea level rise. And so the letter, our response, we were trying to acknowledge that we thought the impacts were more severe, that there were going to be additionally impacts related to displacement, the economic, social, emotional impacts, financial instability is the language that was used in the letter to emphasize that it's not just destruction of housing, but the impact that it would have on people as well. And so we are taking sea level rise very seriously. We have a number of staff working actively on sea level rise protection projects to help with our adaptation efforts. And in addition to that, our sustainability division in the city manager's office has also been working with the EQC about a potential request for resources related to climate resiliency that would coordinate closely with our department and the community development department to advance a lot of the objectives related to sea level rise and other climate change impacts. So I'm sorry if the tone of the letter didn't reflect that, but that was the intention in the response that we provided. And happy to answer any other questions that you have related to the response to the grand jury report.
Thank you, Ms. Nagaya, for those additional comments. If there are no other questions for the Public Works Director, then we'll move on to F6. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Ms. Nagaya, thank you so much for following up. Just a quick question. When is the response due?
Yeah, great question. So it's 90 days after the report is issued. So November 11th is the due date.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now let's move on to F6, and now I'll turn it over to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. So I had a question about the patrol vehicles and just whether the city has done, I'm basically responding to working off of Mr. Ferrando's CCIN comment, which came in on Sunday night. And essentially, has the city done a fleet survey, and just is the fleet properly sized? I think many of us, and he noted that one often sees many patrol vehicles sitting in the parking lot, and just how does that all work with the number of patrol vehicles and police vehicles that we have, and looking at getting replacing and getting more vehicles.
Vice Mayor Nash, thank you for the question. Dave Norris, Police Chief. I'm happy to answer that, although I'm also interested in whether fleet management wants to, take part in this. But just from the practical aspect from our side, we have 26 marked patrol vehicles that are identified for patrol services. Those are the black and white marked Ford Explorers that you see. The 6 vehicles that are on the docket for tonight are to replace some of those. So I think that's the question that you're talking about. So just to give you a little bit of perspective on any given day in patrol, we have minimum staffing of 5 officers plus a supervisor that we have running essentially 24 hours a day. So 2 separate shifts of five officers plus 1 supervisor. So that's 12 vehicles. If it was a rainy day and we had to put all 3 of our motorcycle officers in cars, which happens, that brings the total up to 15. We have 4 officers working in the community response team unit, which is now a problem-oriented policing unit. If they have a special detail that requires them to each drive a vehicle, then that brings us up to 19 at that point, and 1 school resource officer who would be assigned out to, in uniform traveling to a school, that'd be 20. That leaves us with about 6 vehicles. And on any given day, a couple of those vehicles are probably down for repairs. We have at least 1 or 2 officers who are responding out to court. And that leaves us with, with a pretty thin buffer in terms of on a day-to-day basis. And obviously this would be our, our busiest type of day when we have to put all of our vehicles out on the street. But we're not looking to, pad our numbers. Often what people see when they drive by, if they see multiple vehicles that are parked in our upper parking lot, is the other vehicles are out on the street. And sometimes they're using the lower lot. So there might be a couple of spots removed. But the appearance of there being lots of vehicles is because we often have the potential of having to use nearly every vehicle in the fleet, and so we try and make sure we have a buffer available for that. And our patrol staffing numbers have not changed despite staffing reductions. We still are operating 5 officers and a supervisor on the street on any given patrol day as our minimum staffing, ideally.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Before I just want to acknowledge that Councilmember Mueller has joined the meeting, but please continue, Vice Mayor.
So actually, I'm happy with the, thank you very much for that information, and I am fine proceeding.
Thank you.
And so just following up, just so we're clear, so these vehicles replace, because sort of now you're saying you're at 26 and it's a minimal buffer. So, right. And so is what you're asking here for a larger buffer, or will this replace some of what is currently being used?
The 6 vehicles that are currently here, and again, I'm not the expert on vehicle replacement stuff, so if PW wants to jump in, they can. But essentially, we have 6 vehicles right now that are coming to the end of their usable period. They are coming out of warranty, which makes it very difficult for us to get them turned over and repaired in an appropriate amount of time. And typically, those would be phased out of the fleet. So this 6, which actually we're replacing 6 gas-powered vehicles with 6 hybrid vehicles, and trying to continue in our forward motion to, to do our best to reduce and decarbonize our fleet. This would replace the 6 gas vehicles that are coming out of warranty with 6 hybrid vehicles. It would be a straight swap.
Ms. Nagai, did you want to add something, or did the chief cover it? Or?
Yeah, I'm sorry to belabor. So yeah, the 6 vehicles that are proposed are replacements. The one thing I just wanted to mention is that because the approval we're requesting from the council tonight is for the purchase. What's not shown is then the disposal of the vehicles on the back end. And we do have, in addition to these 6 vehicles being replaced, we're looking at disposing of 3 vehicles that are also at the end of their useful life. So that's something that we do as a matter of course, but you usually don't see it as part of the council actions because it happens as part of kind of a regular course of business as opposed to the approval of the purchase.
And I'll go to Councilmember Willison next. So one of the other issues that came up in that letter to CCIN was this ability of the Teslas to accelerate at a pace, or to get to a speed to be sufficient for car chases. Again, let's set aside whether we actually want police engaging in car chases through the city, and whether that is the best scenario. But setting that aside, can you respond to that concern?
Sure, and this is, the reason that we're procuring these vehicles is so we can check some of those things out and make sure that they meet the standards of our officers. There are no commercially available electric patrol vehicles, so these would be, essentially private driving vehicles that we would retrofit for patrol purposes. But we do have a good template for that. And the Fremont Police Department, right over on the other side of the bridge, spent some time talking with Chief Washington over at Fremont PD, and they have taken these vehicles out and put them through similar paces to the national standard pursuit rating that testing that's done by Michigan State Patrol. So some high speed movement and simulation of police pursuits, and they're very satisfied with the performance of these vehicles. And as a matter of fact, there are a couple of points that we find that work even better in terms of the performance and handling of electric vehicles because of the fast acceleration that they have, the cornering, which is sometimes the most dangerous part of police driving, doesn't have to be done with the same level of speed. They can slow down because the acceleration is such in those electric vehicles they can catch back up, and so that provides some reduction in the officers' concerns about performance of vehicles. And in addition to that, what Fremont found, which I found was really interesting, was that there were reduced stress levels in the officers because of the reduced engine noise of the electric vehicles, which I found interesting, and I'd love to know more about that. I just read that as kind of part of their overall report. But the nice thing is that there is a lot of good information about how these vehicles perform in terms of pursuit. The other part that we have to be concerned with is, and the reason that we're pilot testing, we want to be sure that our officers are comfortable with this, is in addition to that, there are also multiple safety factors and other functionality factors that are different because these are privately driven vehicles and not police cars that come out of the factory ready to be done up as regular patrol vehicles. So, we want to be able to acknowledge that fact, and I've already put our department on notice that, this city has a commitment to decarbonize our fleet. That is where we're going. That is what we're doing. This is an opportunity for our officers to get behind the wheel and provide us with really good feedback that will help direct us as we decarbonize our fleet.
All right, thank you, Chief Nurse. So I'll acknowledge Councilmember Willison and then Councilmember Mueller, and then City Clerk Karen will actually reopen public comment on this item. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand. So the 26 cars in the fleet, there would end up being 29 because the three won't be kind of incorporated as regular. They're more like going to be used off and on for various testing exercises.
So the broad overview of that, Councilmember, and thank you for that question. We are getting multiple vehicles so that we can do continuous testing. The desire is to do a testing and evaluation period in as short and effective a time as we can. And we don't know what type of downing of these vehicles might need to occur and taking them offline. We don't want to remove our ability to continue to test if one of these vehicles has to go in for service. And often these vehicles take a really long time to outfit, and so we just want to have backup options. And then ultimately, if these vehicles do suffice, given the fact that there is some evidence showing that they may be able to last longer than gas-powered vehicles for a number of reasons, we can incorporate them into our fleet. And that is not to say that Tesla is the default vehicle of choice. I think during the period of time that we test and between now and the next purchase of vehicles, there will be other models that may in fact be patrol ready that we should also consider.
Okay, thanks. And then I'm just curious I don't know if this would be for Ms. Nagaya, but I support, obviously decarbonizing our fleet. But I am curious, just for transparency's sake, kind of what's the delta between kind of business as usual vehicle purchasing and kind of moving in this more carbon friendly vehicle model? I know that's a policy decision that's already been made. I just want the public to understand the budget implications, and I'd like to understand it too.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Wilson. So looking for the cost delta between these three proposed Teslas and what we would purchase.
Not necessarily the Teslas, because I understand that's kind of like an add-on pilot program, but more the other stuff, kind of the day-to-day cars that we were going to just buy, but instead we're buying the hybrid instead of the gas, and the electric instead of or I'm not sure if any of the other ones are electric, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And a rough estimate, it doesn't have to be an exact number.
Yeah.
Like, are we talking like it's 20% more, or it's this?
Yeah, I think I have the information about the cost differential between a fully electric vehicle and the hybrids. But for the last vehicle purchase that we did, which was now 2018, we've delayed vehicle purchasing over the last 2 fiscal years because of the impacts of the pandemic on our budgets as well. So we have not purchased a gasoline police explorer in now 4 years. So I don't know that I have kind of good cost information around what those costs were and where we are now, but we could certainly get that. And I think we have a couple of planned check-ins with both the Environmental Quality Commission on the fleet decarbonization plan, as well as a plan to come back to council, so we can get that information and pull it together for the council as part of those follow-ups later this year.
Thanks. Yeah, it's not going to determine any way that I vote. I just think it's good information to have as a lot of cities and communities look to Menlo Park and what we're doing and might want to learn from us. And so I think it's just good information to have available. So thank you.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I mean, just for transparency, we do know that the Teslas are twice as expensive than the hybrid Ford utilities, roughly, right?
Yeah, between the hybrid SUVs and the Teslas, it's about a 30% markup. It's about $35,000 per vehicle.
Yeah.
Additional.
So, yeah, but that being said, and so Chief, the only question I have is I remember the last time we looked at this a number of times over the years, and one of the issues that repeatedly had come up in terms of objection to moving to fully electric is collision performance, and whether or not the force felt comfortable in a fully electric vehicle that it wouldn't catch fire in a collision. Is that something that Fremont's looked at?
They have, as a matter of fact, they've looked at that. I don't have a ton of information before me on that, but what I can tell you is that I got a very hearty reassurance from Chief Washington that they've spoken extensively with the engineers at Tesla about that and the concerns. And although that information was very, very broad in the news about Tesla's catching fire, the actual instances are quite rare. And the information that Chief Washington saw was not just through Tesla engineers, but also through the fire service, fire departments that have responded to these types of vehicles, and the information that they're getting from the fire department members who are going to special classes to address vehicles that are electric is that in many ways they're much safer than a standard gas powered vehicle. In terms of the response, it's just that, when these rare instances happen, they are, very, very high profile.
And then the other question I had, Chief, is that you mentioned that there's going to be some retrofitting after we get the vehicles. So we're going to get them and then we're going to have to basically soup them up for patrol use. That's not included in the cost estimate. And so I'm just kind of curious, like, what's that cost?
I think Nikki probably has a better idea on vehicle by vehicle how much that costs. But this would be the same type of in a lot of ways, the same type of standard retrofitting that happens with our patrol vehicles now, except that it has to be custom because these vehicles are not, currently marketed for this type of activity. So the changes have to be custom.
So Ms. Nagaya, like, because they're custom, what's the markup difference?
Yeah, the cost to outfit the Teslas, and this is kind of our estimate based on gathering these quotes, is about $48,000. So that's for adding like the armor, the IT upgrades, all those kind of additional things that go into kind of making a police vehicle performance ready, that come more standard on the Ford hybrids that we purchased. So that's the only additional thing that we typically do to the hybrids is about $1,000 for the graphics and kind of customization on that front.
So I'm sorry, my dog's barking at a squirrel. So if I'm hearing that right, it's about $47,000 more per car per Tesla. Is that right?
Correct. The outfitting is more expensive. The base vehicle for the Tesla, however, is cheaper. So those things come more standard in the purchase from Ford directly on the Ford vehicle. So the total cost differential is about $35,000 per car, but the cost to outfit a Tesla alone is about $48,000.
Okay, so that is included in the vehicle and equipment costs that we've seen here.
Yes, correct.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't think it was. So that helps explain.
And Councilmember, just two quick things to that. So one, the outfit that is going to be helping us retrofit these vehicles is the same one that's doing Fremont's Teslas. So they're going to be, able to operate with a little bit more ease, having the experience with these vehicles already. And then the second thing to consider is, as these vehicles become more conventional, these, retrofittings will also become less expensive and more conventional. And we know that that technology is getting better over time.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Ms. Nagaya.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank staff for how they've embraced the desire of council and within the climate action plan to decarbonize our city municipal fleet. And it's really impressive, even from the time just from the EQC meeting a few weeks ago, I'm noticing much more enthusiasm about this. And obviously, Chief Norris, you've been having further conversations with Fremont Police, and it's exciting. Thank you. As we're going forward, I think it would be really beneficial to track not only the experiences I know you're doing, but also the expenses and the difference in costs. I know that there's anticipated to be less expense on for maintenance, as electric vehicles generally take much less maintenance than gas-powered vehicles. So whatever we can do to actually track this entire experience in the whole, all the different components, that would be very, very beneficial going forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I actually have a question regarding, I don't know if this would fall under Public Works. And I'm thinking about the vehicles, passenger vehicles, like our shuttles, other vehicles with the city, and if they were considered to be replaced, if we have any older vehicles that are older than a 2000 model.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. So we do, as part of our annual items, age, mileage, and maintenance requirements. So all of those things factor into the vehicles that we're recommending that we bring forward to look at any replacements that fiscal year. In regards to the shuttle, the city owns one kind of small shuttle vehicle that we use to transport passengers for the senior programming. But the other shuttle vehicles that you see often running on the routes connecting around the city are managed through a joint contract throughout San Mateo and Santa Clara counties that Samtrans and Caltrain administer. And so we do not own those vehicles, but we work through those kind of cooperative agreements with the transit partners, and they're vehicles that a vendor that's been contracted through Caltrain and Samtrans then owns and maintains. So we only own one of those shuttle vehicles, and I can't remember the year offhand. It was last replaced, but we can follow up with you on that one. And I'm sorry, I just got the info. It's a 2015, so it's relatively new.
Thank you for that information. The reason I ask is I'm hopeful, and I know it's not a part of the cap, that we would eventually have an electric shuttle system. And just thinking about the one vehicle that we do own, and it does transport our senior population, it would be that, to me, that would be a great pilot program to have an electric senior shuttle.
Thank you.
Thank you for following up with me.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Is there a motion, or maybe I'll make a motion to approve item F6. Is there a second? Vice Mayor Nash. Okay, City Clerk. Yeah.
Quick question, Mayor Combs, did you want to reopen public comment for this item before the motion, or?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. Let's reopen public comment now. My apologies.
So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item F6, award vehicle purchase contracts for the purchase and modifications of electric and hybrid police vehicles, medium heavy duty trucks, and a towable compressor, and approve the purchase of Tesla Police Patrol electric vehicles, a pilot program, and approve an appropriation from the unassigned general fund balance for fiscal year 2021-2022 vehicle purchase, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. Our first speaker will be Lynn Bramlett.
Good evening again. So I have so I'm Lynn Bramlett from District 3. I'm curious how many miles per day on average do the police drive? And the reason I'm asking, because following, a major eruption of an earthquake, specifically this Hayward scenario, which is a hypothetical yet scientifically realistic depiction of a magnitude 7.0 earthquake on the Hayward Fault. And it's not even considered worst case. But anyway, power is predicted to be out from days to weeks. And that's not the only fault that can erupt, by the way. We could have multiple faults erupt. And I'm not trying to paint a, we can get prepared for all this is what I'm trying to say. We can outsmart disaster. So how many miles per day? And let's say the electricity is out. What is the plan then? So I have a question about that. And then I have to ask, that's an awful lot of money, almost $2 million. And when we're evaluating expenses, I can't help but think of some other things that, gee, even if we had $100K for that, that would make a huge difference to public safety. And so I hope when we get our new city manager, if not sooner, that the council will start thinking about something called participatory budgeting, where people decide together how to spend public money. It's kind of an exercise in helping to prioritize. So it's just one of the innovative things that I've read about, I'd like to see, because that's a lot of money. I personally don't want to drive a Tesla just because of the image I think it would project, though I do value, I do want an electric car. And then I'm a little concerned about some of the statements in the staff report where it seems some of this is a little bit too premature. Like I'm on page F64 for the pilot program. The city is designing an outfitting template to convert a civilian vehicle, etc. However, the template will likely be obsolete as the global market demands spurs the development of a line manufactured electric patrol vehicle. And then the police and public works are going to present an implementation plan in December that includes resource requests to support the outfitting, design, officer and maintenance training, data collection, and fleet support. And then it said the recommended purchase of roughly $115K per vehicle doesn't include yet identified additional resources necessary to ensure success of the pilot program. So I'm all for innovation, but I have to ask sometimes, like, to me, we're not getting some of the basics covered, and yet, here we're spending money on this. And as a taxpayer, gee, I just hope we can all come to the table a little bit better beyond just your goal setting meeting. I don't think that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening again. I have a couple of comments because frankly, the Teslas leave a very bitter taste in my mouth. And so trying to get over that one, I am concerned why we need to have a pilot program and we need to be trailblazers. I think that money can be spent elsewhere. Particularly looking at the 2,000 residents that were that have had COVID and maybe long haulers. There may be resources that we could provide for them. I wonder where they're going to charge their vehicles in District 1. Because I'm not sure we have that many chargers unless they're personal. I'd like to know how much the repair is going to cost annually. Will our people be able to do the repair, or will they be trained by being trained to do the repair, or do we always have to send them out? And the other piece is, it just boggles my mind why, if we've done this already, then I apologize, but have we replaced all of our leaf blowers and the other electric equipment, the other gas equipment that is being used to maintain our facilities? And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So our final speaker will be Nicola Diolari.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the time. I was just chiming in and basically ask a couple of questions about the the upgrades that these vehicles will need to receive. And I'm wondering, like, how mature is the design of these upgrades? Like, will the City of Menlo Park essentially have to be like the beta tester and the early adopter, and then eventually have to be saddled with the additional costs of figuring out the bugs, the kinks, reliability issues for all this equipment that gets added. So I'm wondering, I agree with the goals of, going towards lower emissions, but I'm wondering if there's a way of saying both contractually, and also limiting the number of vehicles that the City of Menlo Park is going to potentially adopt in this manner, in order to not be always saddled with this cost and potentially reliability issues that are going to ground the fleet while things get worked out. Because that would be really bad to not have the vehicles when they are needed, as the citizen earlier was alluding to in the case of a disaster. So that's maybe another aspect to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm wondering if perhaps City Manager Jerome Robinson could talk a little bit about whether it's possible to bifurcate the police vehicles off of the rest of the plan. I know we'd had a little bit of discussion about that and what that would mean.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. So if I understand the question that is being posed, it's the sense of course, we go out to bid for the vehicles. And so for the patrol vehicles, the hybrid patrol vehicles, our bid will expire October 31st. And so we think that that could cause both a cost increase and a substantial delay in the acquisition of vehicles. If the question is with respect to bifurcating the Teslas into a separate decision, then yes, certainly the council can do that.
And what are the implications of doing that? And just to get a little bit more information from based on some of the questions that we've heard.
The implications are one of delay, but I don't think we could certainly look into this matter and try to respond to some of the questions at a later point.
So I guess, thank you very much.
Sure.
So I would like to, I don't know the proper method for doing this, but withdraw my second from the motion, or to ask for a friendly amendment to actually take just do the non-Tesla cars at this point, and to come back to council with more answers with some of the questions that have been raised about the Teslas.
Did you want to say something, Councilmember Willison?
Thanks, Mayor Combs. I was raising and lowering my hand. Yeah, I was actually really moved by the public comments. So I hope that the public knows that we really listen to you. And given staff capacity, especially capacity in the police department now, and kind of this whole idea of, is this something that we need to do right now? I'm starting to doubt that. I think it's exciting, and sometimes you know, you get excited about things, but I am starting to question that, and I would be in support of Vice Mayor Nash's suggestion of moving forward with the non-Tesla purchases now and holding off on the Tesla purchases. Thank you.
Thanks. So I'll rescind my motion, and so maybe Vice Mayor Nash, I'll be back to you to see if you want to make a whole new motion. Before I go to Councilmember Mule, I do want to say that, like, I don't know that, again, this is a pilot program, and so not all of those questions can be answered, because that's the very nature of a pilot program. And in some, like this question of, like, well, in a major disaster, maybe the the electricity is down, I think is a red herring. There's nothing to say that the gas infrastructure is going to be up and running in a natural disaster either. So so I don't know if that's what I would say is a valid critique, but it is to the public comments, it is a pilot program. There's a lot that is novel, that is not clear. And I think the question is the extent to which I think staff is following a desire for council has expressed that we be a leader in issues related to reducing carbon footprint. And I'd just like to say, I like the idea of the city taking the onus on itself versus issuing mandates to the public. So that's why I'm a lot more comfortable with this, even though I will likely will be supportive of a different motion than the one I propose. But I very much like if the city wants to be a leader in issues of climate change. I like the idea of it leading with regards to its own engagement, with regards to its own usage of production of carbon versus, again, like I say, mandates for the public. With that, I'll go to Councilmember Mueller, and then possibly back to Vice Mayor Nash for a motion.
Well, you touched on it. What my comment was going to be, Mayor Combs, was that I just wanted to point out to the council that when it comes to other people's money, council seems more inclined to talk about doing mandates, but when it comes to the city's money is less. And in a situation like this, which is really a pilot, not even at scale, not a full conversion. And I would, I just wanted to say to staff, I really appreciate the fact, because this is really actually responsive to a request I think that was made to staff 2 years ago to start to develop this pilot program and to look at what Fremont was doing. And so I really appreciate staff doing that and our new chief doing that and working with Fremont to try to understand the viability of that, and then being willing to actually be a first adopter, which I know that there is some, I know that there's traditionally been concern within the department around that. And so I just wanted to, if that's not what's going to happen tonight, I wanted to express that thanks, and also say to the council, I think there's probably, an opportunity to self-reflect why we're less likely to want to spend our money, but ask others to do so. The other thing I would point out is, and Mayor Combs, you did touch on it. Actually, in a disaster scenario, we run generators. Generators produce electricity, and and that's just how it's going to happen. And there is the very real possibility that you are going to actually lose. If we're in that bad of a scenario, that you are going to lose gasoline because supply chains will break down. So, anyway, I respect the fact that the council looks like doesn't want to move forward with the Teslas, but I may actually vote against the motion to remove them, because this was specifically a request from staff to staff from this council. I remember it being made, and I actually do think that if council is going to be trying to push forward on the climate action plan, then we need to go ahead and figure out what that means for us in absorption of costs.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I wanted to talk to staff and just find out, in front of the EQC, it was going to be 1 Tesla, and now it's 3. And that's really where I'm having a little bit of dissonance and just concern.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. So I think that Assistant City Manager Nick Pegueros and Public Works Director Deki Nagaya can better answer that question. But I think the overall reason is to provide for enough Teslas, if you will, to be able to keep them in motion. So if one's in the shop, then we still have the ability to keep a couple on the road, because we really did want to test them. But if I may, I just, once you're done discussing this matter, it would be helpful to understand what the turnaround time the council would like for us to return with additional information. So we could do it in a budget next year, or we can do it in the next few months. Just give us some general direction when you're completed with the discussion. And then I'll let Nikki Nagaya respond to the increase in the number of Teslas.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. So I think we heard the feedback from the EQC, and I think the message we got loud and clear was, move faster and faster and work to electrify the fleet as quickly as possible. And we thought the best way to then do that, kind of taking their feedback to heart, was to look at kind of some of the barriers that we might see to a pilot program with one vehicle. And that would be, that it goes out of service related to maintenance issue or needing to go back in for body work, anything like that. And so we were trying to minimize the impacts of those barriers on the success of the pilot program. And so increase the request to a higher number of vehicles. That said, we would be happy to proceed with a smaller number or none at all if you want us to come back and further define the pilot program with more detail. I think we can make any number of vehicles work if we want to proceed with the pilot program.
Thank you. And if you do not, do you need 3 vehicles? So if we go back to one Tesla, what I believe was proposed from the EQC, and I very much appreciate the embrace of the response from, or the suggestions from EQC. What I believe they were talking about was to do a test on a pilot on one, and then if that looks good, within whatever number of months, I think there was a 4 to 6 to 9 months discussed there, then add the other 2 vehicles. Would that work? Because then we're not doing quite as much of an outlay without any experience. And I guess then the other piece that I'm also wondering is just what Ms. Bramlett picked up, which very honestly I didn't in my reading of the report, which is what other staff might we need and when will we know that information?
Yeah, so I think, so in terms of staffing, what we had proposed in the report was based on the need to kind of flesh out the specific criteria that we would use to define the success of the pilot program, and then understanding kind of the impacts across both our maintenance team on the fleet, as well as the kind of change management aspect that would need to happen within the police department, as the chief has talked about tonight. We think that what we were hoping to do was bring back a proposal for the pilot program specifics in the December timeframe. So I don't think I can give you a firm answer on the staffing resources needed tonight, because we expected to need some more time to flush out what that is, if we can do it with existing staff, contract support, or if we needed to make a request for additional staffing resources. But I think our thinking was that this was a critical component of the CAP goal number 5, to eliminate fossil fuels from municipal operations, and that 2030 horizon will be upon us before we know it. And so that was the thinking behind the request, but we don't have a firm answer for the question about the staffing needs at this time.
Thank you very much. And so you're anticipating doing that in December?
That was our, yeah, that was our original proposal, that we would bring back the pilot program later this year.
And very honestly, what I'm wondering right now is whether to go ahead with, definitely go ahead with the non-Tesla vehicles. And then at this point, do we want proposing going ahead with one Tesla vehicle, or just holding until we hear the rest, the staffing needs, and doing the entire package at that point? Do you see any difference from a work and just how we proceeding this way, other than obviously it delays the getting in the queue for the purchase for that amount of time.
Yeah, I think the biggest impacts, if we were to separate it into two steps, is we do gain some efficiencies by doing it once. So it's not just the order of the vehicles, but then sending them to the outfitter, all that coordination and getting them back, getting them into service. So that's why we typically try to batch our vehicle purchases at one time throughout the year. Our fleet team is amazing. We have a great supervisor, Mr. Weber, and then one fleet mechanic, Mr. Olson, and they do a tremendous job in keeping our entire fleet going. But this is only one task that they do throughout the year, in addition to the actual maintenance on the vehicles. So batching it helps with the workload planning for staffing.
Would the Tesla have arrived at the same time as the other vehicles?
No, I think what we're tracking right now is the delivery date. If we were to order Teslas, at least over the weekend, they were expected to be delivered in May. So it's a pretty significant amount of time that it will take before they're estimated to be delivered to us.
So, Vice Mayor Nash, what would be your comfort level with, let's say, 2 Teslas? My concern is that with the one, it becomes like a show pony, like, right? And that the touch points, sorry if you hear my kid in the background, and it's less as sort of, you get less touch points with staff if we're talking about just one vehicle. And so I don't know that, like, you can, at this point, do a significant sort of pilot where we're at in this with just one vehicle. And so that would be my concern. But are your thoughts with just moving on from the Tesla purchases at all at this moment?
So how about, I guess, just to move this whole agenda item, if anyone else wants to put their 2 cents in, but I would go ahead with a motion to approve the non-Tesla cars and to approve 2 of the Tesla cars at this point, with coming back as soon as possible with the staffing requirements for the pilot.
What are the staffing requirements? I don't I'm kind of confused.
That was in the staff report as
yeah, but is climate change real or not? Like, right? So what are like the staffing? I imagine
this is not, if we are adding staff, this is probably not where we will get the biggest bang for the buck. So it's excellent to be doing a pilot, but it's something where, as far as really moving the needle, it's.
No, I hear you. Is there a sense, Ms. Nagaya or Chief Norris, that there would actually need to be new staff hired to service these vehicles?
I don't think we're expecting to hire maintenance staff to service the electric vehicles. I think what the reference to staffing was for the pilot program was somebody to potentially pull together all the information and the reporting related to the success of the pilot program, both within Public Works and in the police department.
So,
and I would second that. That's exactly the conversation that Nikki and I had last week when we discussed this. Was, the question that I have is, given, and I think one of the council members mentioned it here, that obviously PD is doing multiple different things. We've got a lot on our plate right now. What would that look like to study this? We're committed to studying this, and I will tell the council members, like, the idea of 3 Teslas was not my idea. That was a logistics idea that came out of further discussion. But if we are going to be collecting data and we're going to be making this decision right and making good recommendations, we're going to need to make sure that we have the right people who help us do that. Because we want to give you something that's comprehensive with good recommendations. We want to collect the information from our department members and from Public Works that we need to ensure that we have a clear picture of whether these vehicles are right, if electric vehicles in general are right, what vehicle models might we be looking at in the future. what the infrastructure, demands look like on the PW side, and what the logistics are of moving forward with this project. But I can also tell you that if we start with multiple vehicles and this pilot project is successful, then you would have multiple vehicles in the fleet to assist with that decarbonization plan. And, that's a potential benefit because as I said before, there is some evidence of the longevity of these vehicles in advance of the gas powered vehicles.
Okay, we really do need to move on from this item. Councilmember Willis and then Vice Mayor Nash.
Yeah, I suggest that given kind of where we are with staffing right now and the other items on our plate, given the other action that we're looking at and that the EQC is looking at on climate action, including investing quite a bit of city money for efforts, I think we should go forward with the fleet items that are required right now and revisit this program. I think the work you guys have done is phenomenal. I don't think it's going to go away. The research that you did, I'd like to see it come back in like 6 to 12 months when we've stabilized a little bit, and then go from there. But I think that the urgent need right now is getting your vehicles that need replaced. And then, of course, climate change is urgent, but we're working on several items. But given kind of where we are as a city, to wait on this Tesla item. But I do understand that you were doing this under council direction, so it's very much appreciated. And I don't think the work will be for naught. I think we can pick it up when we're ready and able to. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nash.
So one last question, and that is, what are the police resources involved in this? Obviously, we've got a lot going on with traffic safety. I just was talking to some police officers earlier this week with a kid who'd fallen off a bike because of a car turning right in front of them. And just is this effort taking away from officers on the street and being able to patrol?
The best answer I can give you is that my objective would not be to take officers off the street to assist with the administration of this pilot program. That's something that Nikki and I would work on to figure out how we administer and observe. In terms of, will this somehow remove cops from what they need to do on the street? We're going to be putting them out in these Tesla vehicles. So there may be the slight distraction of, working in something new, but they're going to be out there in patrol cars. They just might be different patrol cars than what we've seen before. And we're going to ask for feedback from them. There'll be a little bit of time element in that, but we don't see this as being a full, removal of officers from our, on-street safety to do this program. This program is incorporated in what we do.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chief Norris. So I'm going to actually remake my initial motion, and then a motion for approval as outlined in item F6, and see if there is a second there.
I'll second it.
Okay, so let's take City Clerk Karen take a vote on that.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Combs and a second by City Council Member Mueller to award vehicle purchase contracts to National Auto Fleet Group, Altech Industries, and Volvo Construction Equipment and Services for approximately $1.544 million plus a contingency of $15,000 for the purchase and modification of 7 electric and hybrid police vehicles, 5 medium heavy-duty trucks, and 1 towable compressor. Award a purchase contract to Tesla and approve the purchase of 2 or 3 Tesla Model Y electric vehicles for a police patrol decarbonization pilot program, and approve $409,000 appropriation from the general fund's unassigned fund balance for the fiscal year 2021-22 vehicle purchase. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
No.
City Council Member Willison.
No.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and the motion passes with City Council members Taylor and Wilson dissenting.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Karen. Okay, so now we need to go to agenda item, to the public hearing portion of the meeting. This item includes, is related to Facebook, which is my employer, so I'm recused from this item. And so Vice Mayor Nash will take over running the meeting from here.
Thank you very much. This public hearing is a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The public hearing is for G1, resolution number 6679. Consider adoption of a resolution of necessity and authorize the initiation of eminent domain proceedings to acquire property interests necessary for the Menlo Park Community Campus project. And I believe we have Deputy City Manager Justin Murphy here to make the presentation.
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor Nash and City Council. Let's see, let me just be able to share my, okay, I believe Judy, can I launch my share screen?
You should be able to go right ahead.
Okay. Great. And are people seeing the slides?
Not just,
No.
just try one more time.
Okay. Okay, Judy, do you want to go from the box folder maybe then? Or should I try one more time?
You can try one more time while I try pulling that up.
Okay, now I'm seeing. Great, thanks. Okay, are people able to see now?
Yes, thank you so much, Justin.
Great, and just my slides.
That is correct.
Correct, great. So thank you, City Council, for bearing with me. So Justin Murphy, Deputy City Manager, and I will give the presentation this evening regarding the resolution of necessity for the project. So just to the agenda item is a resolution of necessity regarding the Menlo Park Community Campus project. So just to reorient and remind the City Council that the City Council approved the project in January of 2021. Project's located at 100 Terminal Avenue, and the project involves the construction of a multi-generational facility to incorporate the Annetta Harris Community Center, Menlo Park Senior Center, Bellhaven Youth Center, Bellhaven Pool, and Branch Library. The demolition of the existing facilities is nearly complete, and construction of the new building and foundation is scheduled to commence shortly. The target date for completion of the project is 2023. The project requires the acquisition of certain parcels to ensure adequate parking, vehicle circulation, and utilities, and an emergency vehicle and emergency access easement from PG&E. So I'll now step you through the three parcels that PG&E owns. So one is referred to as Lot 2. So it's a parcel in between two city-owned parcels. Lot 27, which is adjacent to the pool, and Lot 28, which is a much larger PG&E substation. In that regard, the city is only looking to acquire emergency vehicle access easement. The Lot 28 is a much larger parcel. This is just showing the area of the proposed easement. For lots 2 and lots 27, the city would be acquiring a fee interest in those two parcels. So the detailed plats and legal descriptions are included as exhibits to the resolution of necessity. PG&E has been notified of the proceedings and has not expressed any opposition to date. So for these proceedings, there are 4 findings, required findings per state law that the city council would need to make. And these 4 findings are outlined in the staff report. The facts associated with to be able to make these findings are all identified in the staff report. So on this slide, we're just reiterating what the 4 findings are, which is that there's public interest and necessity require the project. So that includes the acquisition of these lands. Interest is sought to be acquired, are necessary for the project. Project is located in such a manner as to offer the greatest public benefit with the least private detriment. And a government code offer has been extended to each property owner. So in this case, the property owner is PG&E. So the recommendation this evening is to conduct the public hearing, take testimony, and then adopt the resolution of necessity, which is included as attachment A to the staff report and outlined on the staff report and on the slide the content of the resolution. So for this action, it requires a 2/3 vote of the city council, which in this case means all 4 participating council members would need to vote in the affirmative. The council's action this evening would help ensure that the city has the necessary property rights for the project to proceed on schedule. So with that concludes my presentation. We do have assistance from our city attorney's office, including attorney Nick Muscolino, who's could be provide assistance with any questions that you may have. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any clarifying questions from City Council before we open the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item G1, resolution number 6679, consider adoption of a resolution of necessity and authorize the initiation of eminent domain proceedings to acquire property interests necessary for the Menlo Park Community Center campus or community campus project, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item G1. Seeing no hands raised, Vice Mayor, you may continue.
Thank you very much. I will now close the public hearing and let's open the City Council discussion. Does anyone have any discussion, or would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Willison.
Oh, I believe Councilmember Mueller had his hand up first.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson. I was just going to make a motion to adopt resolution 6679 to determine the necessity to acquire property and an emergency vehicle and emergency access easement by eminent domain for the construction of the Menlo Park Community Campus project, and to authorize the commencements of litigation to acquire the property, an emergency vehicle, emergency access easement by eminent domain, and to seek an order of possession pursuant to Code of Civil Procedure, section 1245.220.
Thank you. Councilmember Willison.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And City Clerk Karen, I see I forgot to ask you to state the motion. Please proceed.
Oh, no, that's correct.
Whatever is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, City Councilmember Mueller, for stating the motion absolutely perfectly. So the motion on the floor by City Councilmember Willison, or City Councilmember Mueller, and a second by City Councilmember Willison, is to adopt resolution number 6679 to determine the necessity to acquire property and an emergency vehicle and emergency access easement by eminent domain for the construction of the Menlo Park Community Campus project, to authorize the commencement of litigation to acquire property and emergency vehicle and emergency access easement by eminent domain, and to seek an order of possession, Code of Civil Procedure, section 1245.220. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
City Council Member Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and the motion passes with Mayor Combs recused. Thank you. And then I will invite the mayor back to join us.
We were so efficient.
So the items go much quicker when I'm not here. I'm the weak link, I see. Okay. I think so we got through the consent calendar and through the public hearing. And so now we'll go to regular business. I want to go back to you, Council Member Taylor, a desire to do council report outs before we get into to regular business. Would that be your preference?
Mayor Combs, is that a question directly for me?
Well, we would all do, it would not be just council report outs from you. We would all do that now, but I just want to, would it be your preference that we get into that before regular business? Because I want to make sure, I know you might not be with us for the entirety of the evening. And I wanted to make sure if there was something you wanted to share in council report outs that we got to it. So would you?
Yes, but if we could take that up after this item, I was actually headed for a 2-minute break.
Okay. Yeah. No, sorry. Okay. Yeah, we can. Okay. So we'll.
Thank you.
We'll go into regular business. No, my apologies. I just wanted to make sure that you were able to report out anything you want to report out. Okay. So we'll go into regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is H1, adopt resolution number 6678 to ratify a successor agreement between the City of Menlo Park and the Menlo Park Police Officers Association expiring August 31st, 2024. Here to introduce the item is Assistant City Attorney Nick Pegueros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nick Pegueros, Assistant City Manager. I almost eked out a promotion there, but thank you. Good evening, council members. The item before you this evening is to ratify a labor agreement with our Menlo Park Police Officers Association through the end of August 2024. This comes at the conclusion of several negotiating sessions, and the item was published with 14 days advance notice earlier or 2 weeks ago in advance of this meeting. I do not have a formal presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that may arise from the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pegueros. City Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So if any member of the public wishes to speak on item H1, adopt resolution number 6678 to ratify a successor agreement between the City of Menlo Park and the Menlo Park Police Officers Association expiring August 31st of 2024, Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on item H1. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Heron. Are there any questions, Councilmember Mueller?
I'd like to make the motion to adopt resolution number 6678 to ratify a successor agreement between the City of Menlo Park and the Menlo Park Police Officers Association expiring August 31st, 2024.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. I will second, but certainly, obviously, whatever before the City Clerk Heron comes on, if there's anyone who wants to make comments or has any questions, then certainly feel free to do so. Okay, City Clerk Heron, you can come on. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Combs. I just want to point out two things for the public that weren't in the staff report, but that are in the agreement that's attached to the staff report. Two changes that are not related to compensation that I just wanted to flag for folks. One has to do with the arbitration agreement, which is item 8.491, where instead of listing specific arbitrators, there's going to be a process of coming up with a list of arbitrators, a mutually agreed upon list. And the second one is 8.414, which has to do with written notice from the city that the parties would agree to open the issue of police reform, including ways to increase transparency and public accountability and consideration of disciplinary and disciplinary appeal process, and that but that any changes will be by mutual agreement only. So I just wanted to note those two because those are differences so that everyone is aware, because that wasn't in the staff report. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison, for highlighting those changes, which are important changes. Okay, City Clerk Heron, let's call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, we have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Mueller and a second by Mayor Combs to adopt resolution number 6678 to ratify a successor agreement between the City of Menlo Park and the Menlo Park Police Officers Association expiring August 31st, 2024. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Mueller. Oh, City Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Have a question or comment on this item?
No, I do not. My internet is going in and out.
Oh, fine. Okay. I will continue with the vote. Thank you. By roll call vote, City Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Thank you, City Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
City Councilmember Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Great, thank you, City Clerk Heron. So I have now on my notes that we should take the 20-minute dinner break. Is that okay with everyone, or would you prefer to continue into the next item, which is the housing element? Councilmember Mueller.
Just because I know the housing element item could be long, perhaps now would make sense to do the council member reports.
Yeah, okay. That's yeah, so let's go to council member reports. And so we'll go to item K. We'll bring that up. And so any reports from council members since the October 12th City Council meeting? Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
I actually wanted to ask my colleagues, so it's not really a report, but ask if my colleagues would be opening to agenda something. So, and this relates back to an item related to the parks and whether or not our parks are dedicated. And so I understand where we all ended up last time, that the council, the last time we looked at this, the council was not apt to want to look at having any sort of voter approval with respect to this issue. But one thing that I have looked at is that in Palo Alto, in their municipal code, they actually have a section that lists all of their dedicated parks, and does so that there's no ambiguity as to what protections are related to those parks pursuant to the California State Government Code, and also their city, and to make sure their city municipal codes in alignment. So my request to the council would be, would they be open to bringing back an item before the council to ask our city attorney to put a section in the government code, have us adopt a section of the municipal code in Menlo Park that would go ahead and identify all of the dedicated parks in the city, such that there be no confusion as to which parks the government code covers. Does anyone have any objection to me bringing that back, or is there any support for it?
Vice Mayor.
Actually, let's let Councilmember Taylor go first, since
I think Councilmember Taylor is going to do her hand is up for her report out, but
Okay.
Councilmember Taylor. Okay.
Correct,
Yeah,
Mayor.
all right.
So as I've stated before, I actually don't have a problem with this, except for the amount of work that's in front of us right now. And I don't want to distract us from the incredible amount of work that we have. So I would support doing this next year, but I am concerned about using resources right now that we really need to get through the housing element and some of the other issues. And so that is my concern, very honestly. It's not the item itself, it's just the timing of it.
May I respond, Councilmember Mayor Combs? So, Vice Mayor Nash, I respect your concern. My only response would be that I'm pretty sure that this item would really only require I mean, candidly, a minimal amount of work from staff just to identify what parks there are in the city, but really would be within the city attorney's office to just craft the resolution and amendment to the municipal code. So, I mean, one of the benefits of having a large city attorney firm that we work with is that it's just them asking another attorney on their staff to do the work. So I'm not really sure it takes that much capacity away from the actual city of Menlo Park for us to have us just look at this now and clarify this, and especially because there are members of the public who are really still looking to have some sort of resolution at this. I think this would be something that, again, this is a compromise proposal that I'm sort of bringing forth, that we could go ahead and get the municipal code clarified as to which parks in the city are dedicated parks. And so I think it's really I really think it's really city attorney staff time.
And council time.
Well, it'd be 2 votes.
City Attorney Doherty, and then we'll go to Councilmember Willison.
This is just your friendly reminder that this isn't agendized. So this discussion is appropriate, I think, with just one other vote to come back, and we'll have that. We'll place the discussion on the agenda for the next meeting.
Councilmember Willison. And so wait, so I didn't get City Attorney Doherty, and so you were saying can't have a substantive discussion now, but then you were saying something about the next meeting.
Oh, I was just reminding you guys that this is just reports, but we've you utilized reports for someone to bring something up, and with one other council member agreeing that we will bring back an agenda item where we can have a more substantive discussion.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Willison.
Okay, hearing that, I don't know what I'm allowed to say.
Do you support bringing it back or no? That would.
I mean, I was in support of an ordinance at the last meeting. So I think this is consistent with what I was supporting. Am I allowed to ask a clarifying question about whether, are you talking about that?
So I mean, Councilmember, my understanding of the last motion you made, and we've never had a chance to talk about it, but my problem with that motion was just that zoning for parks already precludes. The question is not precludes development. The question was not whether or not there was zoning in parks precluded, but what conditions were in place to change the zoning of a park. And so that's why I voted against your motion, because a zoning amendment can always happen no matter what's stated in zoning. What we're trying to do here is subtly different. It's bringing back to the council, identifying which parks are dedicated, because the government code treats dedicated parks different than other types of parks. And so so it is consistent in what your intent was.
So I think I'm still a little confused. So maybe I would be really supportive of maybe the city attorney's office of preparing like a memo outlining like different.
Okay, well, I think we have to have so look, I will support this coming back because I want to be respectful of the city attorney's advice. And so we have that. And so we can come back and discuss this substantively. And I and the vice mayor will connect with the city manager about when it is best for this to come back, because the admonition of the city attorney is correct. Okay, so
thank you to my colleagues. I really appreciate it. I think it can be taken care of quickly.
Okay, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I wanted to make sure that I report out to the council because I am on, I think, 3 subcommittees that are related to council and then a few boards. So I'll start off with the council subcommittees. The first is just a report out from the MPCC project. Vice Mayor Nash and myself, we created a working group with community members and commissioners recently. The next is that there will be a groundbreaking coming up on November 6th. So hopefully everybody on the commission and the committee, the working group, will be in attendance. And then also Vice Mayor Nash and I will be discussing just looking at restoring transportation services as they were pre-COVID for the senior center. The next is the city manager recruitment. I'm on that subcommittee with Councilmember Willison, and the timeline, I believe, is set back a few days. However, there was a recent survey done. I do not have the numbers as far as how many people actually participated in the survey. There will be a brochure coming out, I believe, on Monday. Is that correct, Councilmember Willison? A brochure for the city manager.
Friday it'll be published.
This Friday it will be published, and each council member had an opportunity for input on that. The next that I am reporting out on is the subcommittee for the Reimagining Policing. We are actually meeting this Thursday, and I believe we have met 3 times already. We made a recommendation to reach out to Dr. Givens to help facilitate the discussion with Chief Norris, myself, Councilmember Wilson, and also our city manager, Starla Jerome Robinson. There's also a recommendation to restore the Chief's Advisory Board and also to create a safe space group. So just wanted to share that information. So I'm not sure if any of the council had feedback, but just wanted to let you know. And if there aren't any questions, I'll move on to the next 2, which are actually the last one for the city council is the community amenities subcommittee. We have not met recently. However, I believe that there will be an item on the agenda before the end of the year. And now moving on to a regional board, the SFO Roundtable. I am on a subcommittee for the SFO Roundtable to look at expanding membership. And on, I believe at the next East Palo Alto City Council meeting, Michelle Rodriguez, the Roundtable coordinator, will be presenting during public comment about the benefits of being a part of the Roundtable. And the other is that we extended an invitation to the city of Colma, and they've accepted to participate on the roundtable. And my last report out is from CCAG. At our last meeting, there were so many items on the agenda, it was difficult to pick something to report out on. There is a presentation on the Samtrans shuttle study, which I will share that with staff. I'm not sure where that would end up on our website, but it was very interesting. And the last item is the CCAG is recruiting for the One Shoreline Board. They are looking for 3 members. One is the at-large seat, the second is central, and then the third is co-side. They are recruiting, and applications, I believe, are due December 11th. And that is my report out. And thank you, Mayor Combs.
And thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just building off Councilmember Taylor's report out about the city manager recruitment, I did want to give council a heads up. We were targeting a closed session, I believe on December 13th to move that process forward. That looks like it'll need to be moved to the first week of January. So we'll be sending out scheduling information. We are trying to move as quickly as we can on that. And then the rail subcommittee, which is comprised of Councilmember Mueller and myself, we're going to be having our first meeting of the, I think, ever, on November 15th at 5 p.m. That was just scheduled today. So for those residents who are tracking grade separation, quiet zone, and all things rail related, mark your calendars for November 15th at 5 p.m. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson. Are there any additional report outs? I will share a report out one, and is it an acknowledgement that this week we got a couple of resignations from the Housing Element Outreach Committee. And just to say that obviously council will be exploring in the weeks ahead sort of what brought about those resignations, and maybe how things could have been done differently in connection with that committee. Vice Mayor Nash, did you have something? Okay. Well, since we're doing report outs, let's go to the city manager's report. City Manager Jerome Robinson, do you have any items to report to council?
Let's see. Yes, I do. Okay, thank you. I did want to report out on a change in direction from the meeting on 9/21 when the council considered the Chilco medians. Subsequent to the meeting on October or after October 5th, and after conferring with Facebook representatives and the contractor that will do the work, construction on the medians will be postponed until the spring of 2022. When we talked about it initially, I think we anticipated that we would be closing either portions of the road for portions of the week, or in its entirety for 2 weeks. But the end result is that this approach avoids overlap with other construction activities on Willow Road and the MPCC groundbreaking on November 6th, mentioned earlier. And we will avoid working in the cold weather months of the year when weather is less predictable, as we've just experienced, and evidenced by, as we've just experienced. So Facebook will cover any additional costs that could arise from remobilizing the contractor next spring. So in the meantime, in the meantime, the remaining work has been completed. So since this was noticeably different than the direction we discussed at the 9/21 meeting, I wanted to make sure that both the council and the public was aware of the change in direction. And the remaining work consists of the adjacent bicycle pedestrian path, the last section of asphalt, installing the light fixtures, and removing the K-rail. We will use striping to show where medians will be placed in the future, mimicking the final design layout as close as possible. Repaving of Chilco will also be scheduled after construction of the medians is completed. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to just let both you and the public know about this change in direction. And that completes my report.
All right, thank you very much, City Manager Jerome Robinson, for that report out. And so then we'll take one other item out of order, and then I think we'll break for dinner. And so we'll take up the informational item, item I. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in the staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Herring, can you call for public comment on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item I-1, City Council agenda topics for November of 2021, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. Our first speaker will be Adina Levin.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure if I am allowed to comment on the council requests, but I just wanted to comment on clarifying what lands are parklands and how they are defined, which seems like a fine and good thing to me, as long as it's not, or at a time, it's a fine and good thing, full stop, and at a time that isn't conflicting with the timely tasks needed for the housing element. The housing element, the agenda item is coming up today, and it seems clear that there is quite a lot of work to do on the housing element. So, at any time that doesn't take away from getting that essential work done for the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Luke Evans. Luke Evans, if you'd like to make your comment on item I-1 related to City Council agenda topics, you may now at this time. Again, this is a call for Luke Evans for public comment on item I-1. Okay, we will move on to Karen Grove.
Hi, this is Karen Grove, a member of the Housing Commission, but speaking for myself. And I just want to sort of piggyback onto Adina's comment and say I agree with her. And I would add that since there are members of the public who are anxious for this to happen, and since we're always busy, that there should be a definition of, like by the end of Q1 of 2022 or something like that, so that people have some assurance that we will get to it. So that I would just add that to Adina's comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the last call for Luke Evans. Final call for public comment on item I1, our informational item. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Karen. So we'll take a 20-minute dinner break. So I have 7:16. So we'll come back at 7:36 and take up item H2, which will be our last item of the night.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, we ask that all members of the City Council disengage webcams and microphones and only engage your webcams when you return. Thank you. Welcome back, members of the City Council. Having everyone return to our virtual dais. Mayor Combs, you may reconvene the meeting.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Karen. So we'll go into the second regular business item, H2, consider land use strategy options to meet the city's housing element regional housing needs allocation for the planning period of 2023 to 2031 and identify a preferred land use scenario for further evaluation as part of the environmental review process. Here to present the item is Assistant Community Development Director Deanna Chow.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, and members of the City Council. This evening, the Housing Element Project team will be presenting land use strategy options to meet the city's regional housing need allocation, which is approximately 3,000 units for the planning period 2023 to 2031. We are requesting the direction from City Council on a preferred land use scenario that will establish the parameters for the preparation of the environmental impact report. Here to lead the presentation are Jeff Bradley and Sung Kwan from the M Group, who are the city's consultant for the housing element update. Thanks.
Thank you, Deanna. Good evening, Mayor Combs and members of the City Council. I'm going to start sharing my screen now. Can the City Council see my title slide here?
No, Jeff, it still looks like my screen's being shared. I'll go ahead and stop and have you retry.
Okay. Is that working?
Yes, thanks, Jeff.
Great. Thank you. As Deanna mentioned, tonight we'll be presenting 4 different land use strategies for your consideration. These strategies are results of our community engagement efforts to date, including a housing workshop with the community, and have been updated based on our meeting with both the Planning and Housing Commission in a joint study session format on October 4th. In terms of the agenda for this meeting, this will kind of give you an overview of where we're headed. I'm going to give an overview of the multiple parts of this project, provide a summary of our outreach engagement efforts thus far, discuss the new housing that is required to be planned for, demonstrate the areas for potential development, as well as the net new housing needed to meet the RHNA, or the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. That will be followed up by proposed land use options and recommendations for your consideration by both the Planning and Housing Commissions. Then we'll provide you with the options that have been developed based on land use strategies and recommendations by the commissions, and seek your direction on how we approach our going forward steps. We will end with next steps for upcoming public events and meetings. Quick overview of the components of the project. Tonight, of course, we're discussing the land use strategy with the City Council. We are focused on issuing a notice of preparation for the environmental impact report next month, hopefully. Concurrently, we'll be doing housing policy outreach with the Planning and Housing Commission again, focusing on policy matters rather than the site strategy itself. The first quarter of next year, we really need to get a draft housing element up to HCD, which is the Housing and Community Development Department in Sacramento. They now have a 90-day review period, so that's a big milestone for us to get that clock started. During that time, we'll be working on the safety and environmental justice outreach and policy formulation for those two very important companion elements to the housing element, and drafting the safety and environmental justice elements themselves. Working with our environmental consultant partners at ESA on the draft environmental impact report, and then bringing all of this in a package through the adoption process with the commissions and ultimately with the council in the later part of the last 3 months of next year before the hard deadline, which is January of 2023. So we've been fortunate to be able to meet with the community in a variety of forums, both virtually and in person. The CEOC, of course, was formed by the City Council to help guide us and advise our outreach and engagement strategies. We've hosted several community meetings and housing workshops virtually. We developed a community survey working closely with a subcommittee of the Community Outreach Committee. The survey was open for about 6 weeks and was advertised widely on the city website, in addition to emails to stakeholders and also by word of mouth by the project team at pop-up events at the farmers market and within the Belhaven community. We also had paper surveys that quite a few people chose to fill out. We've had 2 rounds of homeowners and renters focus group meetings to get more insight on housing needs directly from residents. We've also had focus groups and individual interviews with housing developers, housing advocates, service providers of all types, and we'll be meeting with the county this week. A project gallery was also set up at both the Menlo Park Main Library as well as the Belhaven Library with both English and Spanish information about this effort. The survey was open for about 6 weeks towards the end of the summer, closing in the beginning of September. We received almost 800 validated survey respondents. And as you see here on the slide, the highest number of survey takers identified as white, followed by Asian and Hispanic and Latinx at 10%. City Council Districts 5 responded 34%. City Council Districts 1, 2, 3, and 4 were in the 15 to 16% range. So we got a pretty good response across all the districts with a noticeable little bit of a spike there on District 5. And as mentioned, the survey was both online and paper-based. Common themes that we recognize from the community input utilizing the survey tool, really an emphasis on providing housing for all stages of life. This refers to people at different times in their life, from young people to starting families to joining the workforce and ultimately retiring and becoming a senior. We all go through that. Hopefully we all go through that full transition. And our housing needs change during that time. And people also spoke and rated highly the idea of evenly distributing the housing throughout the entire city, including affordable and multifamily housing. We heard strong support for that, not only through the survey, but also through the focus groups and the smaller individual interviews. Prioritizing housing sites close to transit, businesses and public services ranked highly. Pursuing the downtowns as an ideal location for more housing and increasing density along both El Camino Real and within the downtown itself was very strongly supported through the survey and our other outreach efforts. Additionally, people spoke about and rated the ability to enable non-residential to residential land use conversions that really promote affordable housing and mixed-use development formats, support for smaller scale housing solutions, including accessory dwelling units, duplexes and triplexes, and support was pretty strong for multifamily development between 3 and 5 stories, but then a bit of a fall off above that. In terms of why is all this new housing needed, we developed some really high level goals to guide our efforts that we shared with you back in May, the end of May of this year when we first kicked off this project with the City Council. The entire project team is very focused on creating a balanced community, very committed to the principles of housing justice and social justice, and a strong focus on affordability. And of course, all of this relates to the interlocking factors of environmental justice, racial justice, housing, and social justice. All of these things are interrelated, and we have to work towards all of them to see progress in any of them. In terms of the fifth cycle RHNA, this is the type of information that you see in your annual progress reports, where the city reports how they've done on meeting the housing goals set for us by the state in these different income categories, ranging from very low income, moderate income, and above moderate. And you can see the allocation during the current planning period is just under 700 units, 655 units, and the city approved and issued building permits for just over 1,400. Most of those were in the above moderate category. You see there, overproducing by almost 800%. So in terms of total numbers, the city exceeded the RHNA amount, but RHNA is really designed to distribute housing at all 4 income levels. So we can't say we met the targets for very low, or moderate. We're about 75% through the existing planning period, 2015, 2023. So the 64% and the 62% for very low and low is almost tracking where it should be. And I think the city has the potential to meet those at 100% by the end of the housing planning period. Unfortunately, the moderate is almost like a donut hole, where it's too high from an income level to be served by the affordable housing projects and programs that are out there, financing mechanisms that focus on lower income households, but those folks don't earn enough to afford above moderate or market rate housing. So they kind of get left out of either group. And you see there that the low production of only 8%. I do believe with some of the more recent pipeline projects, we're seeing higher numbers of moderate income units factored into the BMR program. So there is hope for that yet. So when we step back and we look at the RHNA for the new cycle, which is nearly 3,000 units, we are recommending a 30% buffer. It's very strongly recommended by HCD again, the Housing and Community Development Department. There's several reasons for the buffer that we can talk about if there's an interest in that. But to date, we've been building that in as a buffer, and there's a lot of advantages to that, and it is a strong ingredient to having a smooth path toward a certified housing element. So what we've done here is we've added up the RHNA, the buffer, and so the 6-cycle RHNA comes out to just over 3,800 units, and of that, almost 2,200 are required to be affordable. So that's over half. That's over half of the housing needed. So it clearly shows that the work we do going forward has to take that into account, that market forces alone will not provide that level of affordability. And so we really have to look for ways to support our nonprofit housing developers as they go about creating projects that in most cases are 100% affordable, and create a situation where those projects can be successful and be incentivized to come to Menlo Park. There are detailed criteria we have to follow. This is a very high level summary of those criteria, but it gives you a good idea of some of the constraints. And a lot of these are new for this new planning period. And so the size has become a key factor, where sites less than a half an acre are considered too small for feasible housing development, specifically affordable housing development, where certain project sizes in terms of number of units are needed to have a viable project that's worth having an on-site manager, all the pre-development costs, all the difficulties around obtaining financing. There needs to be a certain number of units to make those projects viable. Then at the upper end, you kind of have the opposite problem, where land costs become too expensive You have to buy too much of it. Projects become too big. So 10 acres, half acre to 10 acres is really our strong guidance on size of parcels. There is something called the default density at 30 dwelling units per acre that allows us to assume that parcels of a appropriate size and appropriate density are good candidate sites for affordable housing. Doesn't mean it's going to happen automatically, but there's a strong push for cities to open up their zoning to allow at least that default density where it's seen as more feasible and more practical for affordable housing to occur. The housing has to be distributed throughout the entire city. Obviously, Menlo Park's been having that conversation for several years now, but there are also new state laws on the books about fair housing, about not reinforcing segregated living patterns, not putting all the affordable housing in the disadvantaged, lower resourced neighborhoods. We have to have a very realistic development potential. We can't assume all the projects are going to develop at the maximum density. If the city doesn't have a track record of projects like that, we have to take constraints into consideration. If parking requirements are too high, that can hold back projects getting the type of density that would be planned for. And also important locational issues around sites that are in housing ultimately that are close to transit, schools, and other services that people can walk or bike to quickly, or a very short drive, and proximity to available infrastructure and utilities. So now we're talking about things like available sewer, water, electricity, because obviously if those things have to be extended in a way where they haven't before, that can become very difficult. So these fair housing considerations we mentioned include the overreaching goal of overcoming racial residential segregation. And then there's more detailed components dealing with access to food, transit, schools, employment at parks, so everyone in the community has the same benefits of living in a great community. And we see that these maps generated from census data, there's clearly a segregated living pattern where the red dots to the northeast of 101 is highly Hispanic neighborhoods, and the neighborhoods southwest of that are predominantly white, non-Hispanic. So it's a very visual representation of what would normally just be a very dry statistical number on a page. You can actually see it there. Fortunately, Menlo Park has many markets, and some markets close by in other cities that most people can get to within a 15-minute walking distance. You do see some gaps down at the bottom there, and also up in the most western end of Bellhaven there, where it comes to a point. Then transit, you see the walking sheds from the Caltrains are those big pink blotches that kind of come through the middle of the city. And then the other blue areas are walking distances to bus stops. We would like to refine this map to focus on what's called major transit stops, which require regular, frequent bus service every 15 minutes. And so this will change a little bit going forward, but this is the kind of factors that we're looking at. Access to schools. Ideally, people can get their kids to school easily and be close by, safely walking to school. Fair housing is also concerned with access to employment. So people are living in locations where they can easily get to work. Menlo Park has a pretty good distribution of employers in these 3 different areas of the city. And as a result, most locations are proximate to these locations. And of course, there's all the other job centers surrounding us here. Menlo Park also has a very nice distribution of parks. It doesn't appear that there's very many people living more than a 15-minute walk from a park, which is excellent. At this point, I'm going to transition and turn the presentation over to my colleague Sung Kwan, who's going to go through in more detail on these housing strategies that we've developed for your consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Can we go to the next slide? So we start off with a number of potential housing solutions and different strategies. And one of the things that changed—
I think you're muted, son. Although I don't see your mute symbol.
I actually can hear him. Maybe it's just you, Jeff. I can't hear him.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So we originally started off with a series of potential housing solutions. And as we've gone through the outreach, one of the things that was highlighted was the publicly owned sites. And that was a direct result of one of the recommendations from the Housing Commission, but we've also heard that from the community as well. In terms of the other potential housing solutions, placing housing in El Camino, downtown specific plan areas, commercial sites, using accessory dwelling units, religious facilities a little bit. We're also relying on fifth cycle sites and pipeline projects. We had initially gotten direction from the council to potentially look at single family areas, but with the passage of SB 9 and SB 10, we are no longer pursuing that option unless directed by the council, particularly with SB 10. Next slide. So for the fifth cycle reuse sites, we would need to have a 30 dwelling unit acre minimum, and then also by right entitlements. In short, in order to make reuse those sites. And then for the pipeline projects, those include projects that are recently approved or pending, and we'll go through that list in a little bit. There's a number of projects in the Bayfront and other projects throughout the city. Next slide. Increasing housing density in El Camino Real and downtown was one of the options. And then potentially developing the public parking lots and then potentially other city-owned land. The direction that we understand from the council is that we're not looking at any of the parks. In terms of the commercial sites, we could look at the vacant and the non-vacant commercial sites by converting to housing or mixed-use development. And then, oh, if you could go back. In terms of the religious facilities, so there's a new law that allows half of the parking lots of religious facilities to be developed for housing. There aren't that many large parking lots with religious facilities that are interested or that are even available. So that particular strategy doesn't have a whole lot of housing units associated with it. And then with the accessory dwelling units, there's a small amount as well. And then, like I said, with the single family areas, we're no longer pursuing anything beyond SB 9, and we'll want council direction for how we want to proceed with SB 10, because SB 10 allows for a program, but it doesn't require it necessarily. Next slide. Next slide. And so here are the development areas that we are considering. You can see the Willow area in yellow, the Middlefield area in blue, the downtown El Camino Real area in purple, and Sharon Heights in green. Next slide. And so with that, we developed the calculation for the net new housing needed. Next slide. So here is the list of all the projects in the pipeline. You can see that it's a mix of approved projects and pending projects. So if you add all of that up, you have a total RHNA credit of 134 very low units, 230 low units, and 230 moderate units. We also have over 3,000 moderate units. Next slide. And here is a map of the location of the major pipeline projects. You can see there's a number of pipeline projects in the Bayfront, and then there's a few others outside of Bayfront. Partridge, SRI. SRI was initially on our housing opportunity sites potential list, but there's a development application, so that got moved into the major pipeline projects. And then there's 555 Willow. Next slide. So when you take the 6-cycle RHNA with a buffer, which is 962 very low, 554 low, 645 moderate, and 1669 above moderate, and then you take the RHNA credit from the pipeline projects and then the ADUs, and the ADU calculation is just taking the last 3 years and utilizing the average and projecting it for the 8 years. You get a RHNA credit of 160 very low, 255 low, 256 moderate, and 3061 above moderate, which means that the total net new units needed is 802 very low, 299 low, 389 moderate, and no above moderate units are needed because there's enough in the pipeline. Next slide. And so as we plan for new housing, a large amount is already in the Bayfront. So we're wanting to spread the housing out in the rest of the city with a focus on high opportunity areas based on some of the GIS maps that Jeff showed. And we'll also have a focus on affordability, which will involve discussing policies and programs, which will come after the council gives us direction in terms of the preferred land use strategy. Next slide. And so here's a map of all the potential sites that we're considering at the moment. Sharon Heights, downtown, Millfield, and Willow, and some of the others. Next slide. And so there's a few land use options that we want to present to you. Next slide. So this is a visual representation of the 4 options that have been developed. This pie chart has changed a little bit since we presented it to the Housing Commission and Planning Commission because SRI, like I said, shifted from a potential housing site to a pipeline project. But under this option, having moderate zoning throughout the city, Middlefield would take up about 30% of the housing units. Downtown El Camino would take about 24%. Sharon Heights would take about 33%, Willow 7%, and other sites 6%. Next slide. Option B, and again, this pie chart has shifted a little bit. 52% would be in Middlefield. So this is the Middlefield and Willow focus. 9% in Willow, 24% in Sharon Heights, 6% in other sites, and 9% in downtown. Again, this is just a visual representation of the numbers so that the council can kind of understand the differences between the options. Next slide. And option C is the mixed-use development focused on downtown El Camino. And as you can see in this pie chart, 38% of the housing units would be in the downtown El Camino area, 24% in Middlefield, 7% in Willow, 25% in Sharon Heights, and 7% in other sites. Next slide. And then this is option D. So this is a representation of what the Housing Commission recommended. They wanted option C, but with a little bit more housing in Sharon Heights. So we can kind of flip back between C and D, and you can see a little bit of the difference. So in this option, 31% would be in the downtown, 24% in Middlefield, 7% in Willow, 32% in Sharon Heights, and 6% in the other sites. So those are the options, just kind of in a visual format. And before we go on to the actual numbers, we want to give you a little bit of context in terms of what we heard from both the Plan Commission and the Housing Commission at their joint meeting. Next slide. So we heard that that there was interest in potentially expanding the city's affordable housing overlay. Commissioners also expressed concerns about impacts to schools, traffic, open spaces, amenities. But the commission also expressed interest in incentives for affordable housing, such as increasing density, lowering parking requirements, and so forth. Next slide. After much discussion, the Plan Commission made a number of motions, but they couldn't decide on one particular option over another, but there was support for providing housing. The Housing Commission, however, did recommend option C, but wanted more housing units in Sharon Heights and further exploration of city-owned parcels minus the parks, and then also wanted a competitive development process for the downtown parking lots. Next slide. And so here are the numbers. Next slide. So you can see the numbers distribution through the development areas, so downtown, Middlefield, below Sharon Heights, and other sites. And these tables should be in your staff report, and we can come back to them if you'd like as well. Next slide. So here is the new housing by council district. As you can see, there are 8 units in Council District 1, and that's a very special case. It's for the Pierce Road development, and that's 100% affordable, and it's also for sale. So we made a very, very small exception for that particular project. Next slide. And then here is the distribution by the school districts. You'll see that a lot of the units are in the Menlo Park City School District, and that's because the Menlo Park City School District takes about half of the landmass, not including the water of the city. And so a lot of the sites are within the Menlo Park City School District. Next slide. So with this information, we have a series of questions for the council, and we would like direction. Next slide. So the first is if the council would like the project team to pursue any of these 4 options, whether it's A, B, or C, or D. D is the Housing Commission recommendation. And then we also have a few follow-up questions on top of that, which is, should we evaluate net new housing of at least 2,200 units to provide for flexibility? If you go back to one of the previous slides, the net new housing needed is 1,490. And so this would be a higher number than that. And then another question is, we were considering mostly density ranges of 30 units per acre. In the downtown, there are higher density areas, but we were just looking at the minimums. And so we were wondering if it would be appropriate to look at higher densities in specific areas, and we wanted council feedback on that. Another thing we wanted feedback on was whether we should evaluate a density program of up to 100% for 100% affordable projects. So what we mean by that is if there's a 1 acre site and the zoning allows for 30 dwelling units per acre, the 100% density program would allow for 60 units if that entire project was 100% affordable. So that's the sort of the line that we're trying to think about and wanting council feedback on. And then exploring building height increases in different areas and parking reductions and other development standards. And then lastly, just whether we should pursue an implementation program for SB 10 in conjunction with the housing element. And that's important because that will follow along with the CEQA analysis that we would be doing. So next slide. And we can come back to these questions. In terms of the next steps, next slide. So assuming we get council direction in terms of a preferred land use scenario, we would release the NOP around November 8th, and then hopefully have a Plan Commission scoping session around November 15th. Also, as Jeff mentioned, that we would have outreach meetings specifically on policy and policy development, and let's also go into some of the safety and environmental justice issues as well. So that's the end of our presentation. If there's any questions, we're here to answer them for you. And we can go back to some of the questions if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Kwan and Mr. Bradley for the presentation. City Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item H2, considered land use strategy options to meet the city's housing element regional housing needs allocation for the planning period of 2023 to 2031, and identify a preferred land use scenario for further evaluation as part of the environmental review process, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Sue Connolly.
Hello, wonderful City Council. Thanks again for revisiting this all-important issue for all of us. I'm in District 3, and Jen, thank you so much for helping to keep us all informed of this actually mind-blowing flurry of meetings and commissions and things like that. What I'd like to very clearly say, in addition to the letter I sent earlier to the City Council, is I take great issue with what is being presented as the equitable distribution. Willow and Middlefield are really part of District 3. And the fact that we just found out that the huge SRI project, both offices and 400 units, is considered pipeline and not even being counted whatsoever is grossly inequitable. Secondly, we are severely impacted by the soon to open Stanford Middle Plaza and Spring Line. So our neighborhoods with cut through traffic, impact to schools are all significantly bearing far more than really any other region, I would say, short of Belhaven. Secondly, it's just been very remiss that we keep hearing that we don't even know if the retail shopping center in Sharon Heights is even available. And I know that in previous meetings, I've heard that St. Bede's is perfectly happy to provide housing, affordable housing on their parking lots. I think it's dreadfully remiss that knowing that we've had this housing inequity for so long, that more progress has not been made to be able to determine sites in Sharon Heights. I've always heard the rather weak excuse of it needs to be close to transit, which I consider entirely bogus. And I'm being very frank, guys. I'm sorry, but but this is really very serious. Bus lines can be drawn anywhere. Access to 280 is not to be overlooked. And then also we can have shuttles to Caltrain, which, we know Caltrain usage is dramatically down. So using that as a metric is kind of outdated. So I want to please ask all of you to question and revisit the percentages that are being presented by the M Group. I think they're grossly erroneous because they're splitting out District 3 into two different areas and completely overlooking a major new pipeline project that we haven't even had a chance to really give good input yet. And we're, as a neighborhood with Linfield Oaks and District 3, we're asking to have that scaled down. And we're already looking at the specter of USGS and also everything happening on El Camino. So please revisit this. I think it's grossly unfair to our district. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Kalisha Webster.
Good evening. My name is Kalisha Webster, and I am a housing advocate for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities with housing choices. As a direct service provider helping people with developmental disabilities find independent housing, we see firsthand every day the growing need for this high-risk population to have access to independent housing as more group homes are closing and many are living at home with aging parents. Currently, 77% of Menlo Park adults with developmental disabilities still live at home because of the lack of affordable housing. In addition, a growing body of data indicates that people of color with disabilities experience higher rates of housing discrimination and severe rent burden than either people of color without disabilities or whites with disabilities. As you consider the land use alternatives before you tonight, I urge you to consider ways in which these sites can affirmatively further fair housing for people with developmental and other disabilities. Because most adults with developmental disabilities do not drive or own a car, upzoning in transit-oriented areas throughout the city would not only create a more sustainable city, but one which equitably serves people with differing abilities. People with developmental disabilities and other special needs populations on fixed or extremely limited incomes require deeply affordable rents in order to access housing. The increased units that would be created by higher density and height limits in transit-oriented areas makes projects targeting deeper levels of affordability more financially feasible and increases access to jobs, services, and other opportunities for people with developmental disabilities. The use of public land for public good, as suggested by the Housing Commission with a recommendation to redevelop public parking lots into affordable housing, also increases financial feasibility of these projects. The city can then further increase housing access by creating guidelines for the scoring of any competitive RFPs for city-owned land or housing funds, which grants additional points to projects that include a higher number of extremely low-income units or that make a percentage of units subject to a preference for certain special needs populations who would benefit from coordinated on-site services, including but not limited to people with developmental disabilities. Lastly, as part of a larger plan to increase the supply of ADUs, the city should consider creating a forgivable loan program for homeowners who build ADUs and rent them for at least 15 years at extremely low income rent levels to people with developmental and other disabilities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Lynn Bramlett.
I'm waiting for the clock to reset.
It'll reset as soon as you start, Lynn. Thanks.
Okay. Hi, this is Lynn Bramlett, again, resident in District 3. It didn't occur to me until tonight that those housing projects in District 1 are going through. I agree with Ms. Jones in her note that they really should be considered part of RENA 5 because so many were pulled and resubmitted, so they would go through under the new housing law. It didn't occur to me until tonight that most of what we're talking about, most of the housing is still going to be implemented in District 1. And when I look at these figures, I have to ask, what is wrong with our planning? Because we've known this is coming for years. And to allow so many above moderate to be built and not to anticipate, to me, just shows we need more bench strength and longer range planning. And a number of people wrote you, and I've been speaking about this for years too. We need a real strategic plan. We need community-based strategic planning because we're going about this in a piecemeal way, and these problems don't go away. I mean, they're just getting worse in a way. In terms of the housing element, I considered a rush process. I don't fault the M group. I think they seem very professional. But we haven't really heard much about safety, environmental justice, and the environmental justice especially is supposed to have a very deep community engagement process. So I'm very concerned. I'm concerned about the lost surveys of Bellhaven residents. I heard about that. My first thought was, the erased tape and Watergate. That's immediately what came to mind. And I'm just very concerned. In terms of housing, personally, I think it should be spread all over the remaining districts, including Sharon Heights. I walk from my home up to the Sharon Heights Safeway periodically. It's not that far. If you're walking one way to Caltrain, taking that to your job or so forth, and then walking back, it's kind of a nice, healthy lifestyle. So I really hope we can rethink our planning and put more effort into it, and also consider cutting all the office. That's where it kind of just feels like something has gone very awry in our town. And thank you for your service.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Andrew Bielak.
Hi, good evening. Yes, this is Andrew Bielak from Mid-Penn Housing. We are an affordable housing developer, property manager, and service provider. We have 5 properties here in Menlo Park that are all 100% affordable. And we've been following the housing element closely and appreciate all the work from city staff, the consultant team, and council and elected officials. So I just want to, one point that we've made and we want to continue to emphasize the importance of evaluating site feasibility for development potential to help drive the decisions that are going to be made moving forward, particularly around the environmental review, because the report assumes a pretty blanket density of this 30 dwelling units per acre. And we believe there needs to be a more thorough analysis of individual sites to support the approach of density assumption. And that's particularly true for affordable housing, where local and really state incentives really help drive decisions around project density. And these sort of incentives are mentioned in the report, but not really factored into the assumptions at all. So understanding that the next step of the process, that sounds like it's going to be starting pretty soon in the next month, is the embarking on this early environmental review. We think this is a really critical moment to make sure the assumptions make sense and that the environmental review will accurately capture the way development could unfold. So again, we want to make ourselves available to support the site feasibility analysis. Understand there's many sites that are being looked at, so even if it's just some samples, but really it's to help make sure that the housing element is reflective of realistic development scenarios and accurately informs the environmental review process, and also just informs the community and maintains transparency throughout how this development process may unfold. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jenny Michael.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and staff. I really appreciate your giving us time to speak on this subject this evening. I am calling from District 3, and I, first of all, just wanted to address, the M group. It is okay to say District 1 when you're referring to Bayfront or underserved communities. District 1. Okay, so I am in full support for option D. I definitely agree that there is an opportunity for us as a city to evaluate land use opportunities in Sharon Heights, District 5. I'm not sure if there are some parcels that are owned by Stanford that the city would need to, get approval to build housing on. But I think, to Lynn's point, that we can really encourage, and actually to Andrew's point, that we can really incentivize developers and just local neighbors who have money to invest in housing and to be creative about it. Like, perhaps there is a single like a pod where we could house our local homeless who are going to be displaced by the new downtown, what is it, the market that we're creating. And that's fine, and I love that, but at the same time, we have people that live there, and we need to account for them and give them somewhere to go. It's the responsible thing to do. So option D, yes. And yeah, I think we've been doing a great job, and I'm so proud to be a resident of Menlo Park. Thank you so very much for all your service. Love you, Jen. Bye.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Michael.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michał Bortnik from District 4. And I love that we now have numbers and models to play with. And thank you to the staff and consultants for providing them in an accessible way. So I'd like to do some math with you. I hope you forgive me in order to look at how realistic the proposed options are. I work with models a lot in my job, and one of the first things I check is whether a model makes assumptions outside of historical ranges, because that's where the most unrealistic assumptions tend to be. And by the way, I wholeheartedly agree with Andrew's point about ideally we would actually be checking with developers and property owners. But in the absence of that, we can still look at how good our assumptions are. And the assumption I want to zoom in on today is the percentage of units that are affordable or below market rate. So historically, looking at table 2, in the 5th cycle, the percentage of BMR units was 17, so 17% from the 5th cycle in table 2. And in table 5, looking at the pipeline projects for the 6th cycle, the percentage of BMR units is 16. And in general, Menlo Park requires the 15% of units to be BMR. So given these numbers, 17, 16, 15, what assumptions should we be making for the net RENA? I would think that it needs to be lower than those 3 numbers for a couple of reasons. One is that the cost of land in the districts we're talking about is higher. And the other one is that the density allowed is dramatically lower. But instead of the 15, 16, 17, we have an assumption of an kind of unbelievable 100% BMR, which seems completely out of range of what's actually possible. So I'm done with the math. If anybody's still awake, just want to do a summary. Basically, all the options in the staff report are based on a hugely unrealistic and unproven assumption. And we can't really afford to eliminate any of the potential housing sites until we have a realistic plan. So what I would like to ask the City Council to consider is to decline all of the proposed options, and instead of asking the staff to develop a plan that doesn't make any historically unrealistic assumptions, unless they can be validated with the property owners and developers who will be building them, as the mid-fund person mentioned. And ideally that all of the options in the additional directions requested are included for staff to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ken Chan. Following that will be Karen Grove. So Ken, you're up.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, great. Awesome. Hello, members of the Menlo Park City Council. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm an organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. On behalf of HLC, I first like to take this opportunity to thank staff for all of their hard work in putting together the report that you see before you in tonight's discussion. Their efforts to put together a working housing element have not gone unnoticed and are greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. With that being said, I'm here tonight because when crafting a housing element, our cities usually perform their due diligence and carry out a thorough site analysis on the viability of the proposed sites prior to starting the proposed environmental impact review being discussed tonight. This allows for the identification of barriers to housing and for the city to properly determine if they can be addressed. While we admire the city's eagerness to tackle the housing element at full speed, we'd like to urge council and staff to take a step back and to obtain input from the development community regarding the city's sites. Otherwise, the city may be setting itself up to incur additional expenses if it needed to backtrack to perform a second EIR because of unforeseen changes in zoning, parking, or other constraints that would have otherwise been caught early in the process. The housing element is a once in an 8-year endeavor, and there is still enough time to ensure that we get it right. We urge you to take a step back, perform the much needed site analyses and analyses with input from our experts in the development community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Karen Grove, followed by Brittany Baxter.
Hi, this is Karen Grove, and I am on the Housing Commission, but can you hear me? I'm speaking for myself. Okay. So to the questions that have been posed to the City Council, and to some of the points that have been made, definitely we should be planning for the higher number of net new housing. We definitely are going to need higher densities, and the greater the density bonus for affordable units, the better off we'll be. And I also think while we're doing this EIR, we should definitely be pursuing SB 10 at the same time. Otherwise, it'll be delayed by needing to do another EIR. I want to really +1 everything that Kalisha Webster from Housing Choices said, and everything that Andrew Belak from MidPenn said, and the follow-on comments about sort of kind of a misperception that we're only going to build affordable units in districts 2 through 5, because that's not realistic except on publicly owned land. Realistically, you know, if we have 100% affordable housing overlay, then we would be getting 50% of the homes as affordable and the other 50% at market rate. Or there would be some commercial use that was adjacent to or associated with the affordable units. So until we know what those policies are that are going to drive the affordable housing, then we don't really have the inputs for the EIR. But I do understand that we're on a timeline, and I understand from talking to staff that it's really important that we start the EIR. I just want to encourage us to go full speed ahead, apply all the staff that's needed to get this done right, have all the conversations with the people who have offered repeatedly to help us, like Andrew Belak has done, and I'm sure Eden Housing and other Alta Housing, other affordable housing people would be willing to, and for-profit developers would be willing to talk to us. And I also just want to support, you know, option. I'm on the Housing Committee, no surprise. I support the recommendation of the Housing Commission for reasons of splitting. You know, I don't think it really matters what district the housing is in, unless we're talking about school districts. And I think it is reasonable to expect both of our high-performing school districts to welcome new families with children. So for that reason, I support adding more housing in Sharon Heights, and that additional housing will support improved transit to the area and improved services in terms of new restaurants and commercial uses and things like that potentially. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Brittany Baxter, followed by Kelsey Baines.
Hi, thank you. Brittany Baxter, District 3 resident. A lot of what I've been thinking has also kind of already been said tonight. Just wanted to echo both what Andrew and Michal mentioned. I know a lot of work went into preparing the staff report. I did see some numbers in there specifically around the development ratios that seemed to me like they were a bit higher than what we've seen historically, kind of to Michal's point. So I was wondering if the M group could possibly share a little bit more about what went into crafting those numbers and ratios and strategies as the council thinks about making a decision tonight. I also think, you know, to the extent that we're looking at historical data, it's more expensive than ever to build here. So that's something we should keep in mind in thinking about our affordability numbers. And so it seems like to meet our goals, we're just going to have to get really bold and creative. I'm definitely in favor of density bonuses specifically for affordable projects. I think that can help to really incentivize the number of units that we need to hit. So really just coming back to those development ratios and thinking about what went into them. It would be great to hear if there have been any meetings with property owners or any kind of feasibility efforts that were kind of underway, so that if we do pick a direction tonight and commit to it, like others have said, it's something feasible that we can deliver on in the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, followed by Nisha Sillen.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am the regional director for YIMBY Action. We advocate for welcoming communities where everyone can thrive. And we are part of the Campaign for Fair Housing Elements, which is a statewide coalition working to undo patterns of segregation in the upcoming housing element cycle. And among the options presented to you by staff, I'm inclined to support the Housing Commission recommendation, but I agree with previous speakers who said that it would be more appropriate to move forward studying really all options on the table, particularly given the issues raised by Andrew Belak of Mid-Penn about development feasibility. The options right now seem to assume that 100% of the sites identified will be developed with 100% affordable units, which seems pretty unrealistic. The reality is that some of the sites won't be feasible to develop at all. Privately owned land is very unlikely to redevelop as 100% affordable housing unless there's some policy or plan or program to make that happen, particularly if it's only 30 units an acre. So I hope that an environmental review process will look at all the possible sites outside of Belhaven, particularly given that it's good to remember that RHNA is a floor. So we're not trying to add up to a specific number here. We're just trying to hit that floor. So like Ken Chan said, outreach to nonprofit developers to find out how do we actually get these projects is going to be really important. And I am very supportive of doing a citywide overlay, although I don't think a 100% density bonus is sufficient, particularly given the context of the development in Belhaven. It would be more appropriate in downtown areas with great access to transit and good school districts to have no density restrictions for affordable housing and to let the affordable housing developers make that decision. But at minimum, I think that the densities near the Caltrain station in downtown should be at least as high as the projects that we are seeing developed in Belhaven. So I think I'll leave it at that, but thank you for listening and thank you to staff for taking on what is a real challenging project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Nisha Sillen, followed by Adina Levin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Misha. I'm a resident of District 4. First, I want to say I appreciate all the time and energy that staff, the N group, the City Council, and all the commissions are putting into this big, burdensome, and complicated process. So in terms of my comments on the housing element, it's coming from a place of I'm concerned about people being displaced from Menlo Park. Where I live, there's a lot of families. And when I speak to families that are renting especially, and when we start talking about, settling down and staying kind of permanently in Menlo Park, you kind of see this look on their face change because it's clear they're concerned about affordability.
Nisha, it looks like we might have lost your audio. You want to try unmuting yourself?
Can you still?
Try that again.
Could you still hear me?
There we go. Now we can hear you. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So yeah, long story short, I'm on board with being very aggressive and bold on building new housing. I would like to see it built everywhere, and like other commenters have said, I just want to make sure that's feasible and that it doesn't all get built in one place because the other sites that were identified are not realistic. So I definitely think that we should be making sure that all these sites are feasible. And in terms of what the M group was asking, about, whether they should consider higher densities than the minimum. I absolutely think they should. I don't see any reason to just go with the, bare minimum here, especially given how deep our housing shortage is. So thank you for your time and listening to my comment. Please be bold and put in as much housing as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by, oh no, I'm sorry, our next speaker is Adina Levin, followed by Pam Jones. My apologies.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Adina Levin, and I am a member of the Complete Streets Commission. In reference to that, with the charter to Complete Streets Commission to help support the City Council with transportation items relating to development, we may very well be coming to you with recommendations for policies around transportation that help support the creation of housing to fulfill the housing element obligations. And that ends my Complete Streets Commission related comments. And now I will put on a hat speaking as a Menlo Park resident for myself, and also as a member of Menlo Together and Peninsula for Everyone YIMBY Action. Really wanted to support the previous comments relating to the campaign for fair housing elements. And a variety of other commenters wanting to see the city really do a thorough review of the likelihood of development for the various different sites. Without doing that, we may find that we are likely to find that the amount of housing is underestimated, and so that is an important review to be done. I do support the use of the option D, the Housing Commission, as a base, but on top of that, looking at the likelihood of development with a likely increased need of density. There's no good reason for density, especially in the downtown area and near downtown, with the services and transit, to have less base density than in District 1, and also support the considering of public lands that are not recreational park space as deeply affordable housing, in order to be able to afford more deeply affordable housing without a lot of public funding for it. So and also policies for public funding for affordable housing too, but it's going to be a lot of money, so we should use public lands that are not parks where we can. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by Nicola Diolari.
Good evening, and thank you again. I want to thank the M Group for all of the presentations that they did that are in Spanish too. That has been really helpful to a community that has been pretty much left out of the equation when it comes to housing. The first thing I would ask of the council is to come up with a very strong policy statement that says that we embrace having below market units in Menlo Park. We need to look at creative ways that we can give incentives to builders. We must work with our staff to help them to understand that they need to portray that, look, folks, we need 1,400 BMRs. And the reality is we don't need anything beyond that, because we'll meet that cap with the pipeline. And we need to say that. We need to say exactly what's going on. I support an environmental review on the entire city and create a citywide zoning policy. As I've said many times, What's good for District 1 is good for the rest of the city. If we can have up to 100, oh, the rest of the city can have up to 100. Yes, I was being facetious. I think it's unrealistic for any place in the city, but one policy will address all of that. We also need to work with our schools and reassure them they're not going to see any students before 2027 or later. You know, so why they're all apoplectic now just really baffles me. They will have more than enough ample time. That was twice. Anyway, to be prepared for those students, and their job is to educate. So anyway, I won't go on any more about that. There should be no new projects supported since we began the housing element. I think it is a real problem when we have developers hurrying up to get their projects in so they won't be hit with any new zoning. We're losing a wonderful opportunity in the SRR area. Imagine that area being more housing and everything else would be green space. Why are we building more office space? I hope that you each take the time to read all of the letters that were sent, but of course, particularly mine. I think it's also important that we remember that we're obligated by law to affirmatively affirm fair housing. And we need to memorize that so that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Nicola Diolari, followed by Gail Gordon.
Hello, good evening again. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So yeah, I wanted to take the time to comment on a couple of things that the M group presented. First of all, it seems that the focus is of course about the housing, but I think there's a miss on analyzing really what would be the way, the lifestyle in our city after we undertake these big developments. And I'm especially concerned about the growth of traffic and schools. I have kids in school. I'm fortunate I live in Linfield Oaks, and my kids go to Encinal. And I'm thinking, how are my kids gonna be able to go to school by bike after we undertake these massive developments that are proposed around the area of Ravenswood? Unfortunately, I understand that the geography of our city is not working in our favor because we have the main arteries that are Middlefield, El Camino, and then 101 and 280. And then on the other hand, we need to cross the city. So there's a Ravenswood, there's a Willow, and we know that there's a lot of gridlock traffic already at that point. So are our infrastructures up to snuff to accommodate this growth of people? Because we want to give everybody a good lifestyle, and we don't want to make anybody miserable. And also in that spirit, are we making reservations to allocate the lots to make new schools? At some point, maybe it's 10 years from now, but our schools are going to be at capacity. Where are we going to put these students that deserve to have a good education as they're getting now? So I think I really appreciate the effort of evaluating different proposals, evaluating trade-offs, and studying the whole situation. But I think there's still another step that needs to be taken, that is, how do you integrate this growth in residential units and still make an attempt to maintain the existing services and existing accessibility to schools, doctors, etc. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Gail Gordon, followed by Cynthia Harris.
Good evening. Thank you to the council for all your time and hard work, as well as the M group. I just want to say that in terms of equitable distribution of housing, I'm a resident of District 3, and I don't feel that it's quite equitable. right now we've got the Spring Line development and the Stanford Middle Plaza development coming to a close, and we really haven't seen the impact of all the residents that are going to be moving into those two developments, and which I think is going to be huge. And now we're looking at the proposed plan for SRI as well as the USGS site. So I think that we need to take more housing out of District 3 and move it into other areas, especially move it into the Sharon Heights area. I also agree that people are not really using the train, that they're definitely using their cars, and 280 is certainly one route that people do take. The other thing I wanted to comment on is that this SRI plan is in the pipeline. However, it hasn't been shown or discussed publicly. There haven't been public comments on it, but I see the M group using this proposed 400 units. And that's just a number that SRI threw out there, but the public hasn't been able to respond to that. But the M group is using it in terms of their planning, using it as a figure for future planning. And I think that's inappropriate because we haven't come up with a number for, or approved a number for that plan. Plus, I think we're forgetting that there's all these office buildings that they're also proposing there, which is going to create more traffic, more congestion, more people. So we have to keep in mind that it's just not housing that people are proposing for District 3 here, but there's also office buildings. So I would like to see some of this proposed housing being taken off the map there for District 3 and put elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Cynthia Harris.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much. This is Cynthia Harris. I'm in District 3, Linfield Oaks, and I'm also on the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking for myself tonight. I just wanted to thank the M Group and the City Council and the Housing Commission for all the work that has been done to date. I'm certainly on board with option D, but at this juncture, I just don't want to see us limit ourselves, given that it's going to be extremely difficult to build at the rate of 100% affordable. Like other speakers, I'm concerned about the math. I'd like to see a site feasibility analysis. What are the realistic development options for all of these sites? I just would hate to take anything off the list before we can see what's feasible, especially as we look, for instance, at Sharon Heights Shopping Center. We've kind of put all of our eggs in that basket for most of our eggs in that basket for District 5, and it's really the main option for the Las Lomitas School District. I definitely think it's going to be important that we move, that we have kids in all the districts. I'd like to see what types of incentives we can give to builders. You know, we need to build this 1,400 BMR units in Districts 2 through 5, and it's going to take some work for sure. I appreciate all of the comments of Pam Jones. I want to make sure we are affirmatively furthering fair housing, and that, as she said, everyone can actually say that and learn it. We just lost an amazing housing commissioner because she couldn't afford to live in the area. So it's really a problem. I'd like to see others be able to live, work, study, and raise their families in Menlo Park, as I've been so lucky to do. I want to ensure that our teachers and firefighters and restaurant workers don't have to drive long distances to get to Menlo Park. So that's all I have to say. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item H2, regarding the housing element, regional housing needs allocation. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen or press *9 now. So looks like our final speaker will be Shonda Bales.
Unmute. Okay, hi. This is Shonda Ballas. I'm in District 5. And I've listened to all the comments tonight. I agree with a lot of them. We absolutely need to develop below market rate housing. It seems that our at market rate housing is doing just fine. But we're talking about 25% increase in the number of residents in Menlo Park in this cycle. It's so kudos to all of you. This is a lot of tough work, and I do appreciate all of the very smart comments I've seen and the work that's being done. A couple things I'd like to add that I think have not been mentioned. One, I have nothing against District 3, but District 3 doesn't seem to like District 5. There's a lot of comments that, well, you know, don't put it here, give it to District 5. So I'm not going to advocate for housing in any other district but my own. But I would say that I think there's a misperception that Sharon Heights is all single family dwelling. It was originally a planned community. There's quite a bit of multifamily dwelling up along Sharon Park Drive. And so I think it's a misperception that we don't have more dense housing. And I think that I'd love for the city council to take a look at that and put some numbers behind it so that people have a better understanding. I think Sharon Heights Shopping Center certainly is a big fat plum sitting out there, but I also think that there's infill opportunities because we do have a number of apartment complexes that could be upzoned and increase housing. A lot of 3-story parking garages and that sort of thing that I think with proper incentives could be turned into below market rate housing. And then other than that, you know, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you for all your hard work. And I'd like a little bit of attention pay. Oh, one last comment, holistic. And a number of people have talked about this, but I do want to throw my weight behind that as well. This is not just about putting in housing units. It's about school districts. It's about transit. It's about traffic. So hopefully that gets put into the EIR process. I'm not sure, but would like to see more conversation about that in the public sphere. So thanks very much.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further hands raised. Okay, so Mayor Combs, you may continue. Thank you.
Right, thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you to all the residents who make comments, and especially the city commissioners I know who have been tackling these issues in their own meeting to then carve out time to come and sit through the city council meeting and make comment. Definitely sort of as an indication of your dedication. I will point out sort of in reference to the last public comment that I think it is actually District 2, my own district, that has the largest percentage of single family detached residences in the city. And actually, if you look at some of the other districts, there is a pretty decent mix across the board of multifamily housing. Although I will say also in relation to one of the other public comments that said the Willow Road sites or proposals were essentially in District 3. They may be essentially in District 3, but they're actually in District 2. So we do want that to be made clear, since we're getting very particular and specific about the districts. But no, really, I think all of those comments were amazing, and I really do appreciate them. And I know I speak for the entire City Council when I say we're really sort of thankful that we have residents who are digging into these issues and have really salient and important comments to make. Okay, so I have Councilmember Mueller's hand up, and so the way I want to go about this is that everyone having an opportunity to ask questions, make sort of general comments, and then once we go through through everyone, then I really do want to hone in on the direction that that the M group is seeking, and then after we Councilmember Mueller questions, comments, goes through his question comments, I wanted to go to Councilmember Taylor to see if she had any questions or comments, and then we'll make our way through the rest of the council. Okay, Councilmember Mueller, please go.
So actually, I can be relatively quick. So my overall general comment is I don't think we're ready to move to a notice of preparation this evening. And I've spent a lot of time actually going through this report and also spoke with some stakeholders. I'm gonna try to hold up my laptop to show you guys, which sort of highlights sort of the issue here. Oh, great, you can't see it because of, let me see if I can turn off my background. Just a second. Okay. So now if I hold this up, hopefully you can see it. So this is District 5 on the K map. And the issue that I have here, guys, when I hold it up, is that if you look at it, what's going on here is you have St. Denis Church, St. Bede's, and the Safeway site, all right? Everything else over here, it's obvious to me we haven't gone to talk to property owners because these are venture capital firms and finance firms on Sand Hill Road. And I can't imagine that if we go talk to venture capital firm owners and finance firm owners in Quadras and say, hey, we're gonna upzone you, you're gonna build housing, that they're gonna plan to do that in the next 8 years. Like, that's just not gonna happen. And the fact that so much of what's looking at in District 5 takes that for density tells me that we have work to do, because if we did an EIR right now and assigned units here, we'd have to redo it. Like, there's just no, like, I cannot, maybe I'm wrong, but I cannot possibly see that. And I'm looking at the venture firm names. These are good firms that had good years. They're not going anywhere. The other thing that was pointed out by Ms. Bales, and I really appreciate it, is we assign density to these areas, but in District 5, we didn't assign it to the areas that actually make a lot of sense. So again, holding this up, and you can't see it probably too well, but the area across the street from Safeway, these areas here can be upzoned apartment buildings. And some of this apartment building stock is old. And so they might be looking at actually upzoning those areas. And kindly talking to residents in District 5, like, they're like, yeah, we get that. Like, that makes sense. We've had some community meetings where people realize that that makes sense to look at that. So I just, based on what I see in District 5, now I know St. Bede's is interested in it. I don't know how interested St. Denis is. We should go and ask them, but I think there's just basic foundational work that needs to be done before we move to an EIR, because the real, and I know there's been a lot of comments tonight about my district, your district, that district, but really what drives that housing element comes down to feasibility of actually building the units, right? Can we feasibly build the units? And so there are opportunity sites. Like, I think Safeway is an opportunity site. I think it's feasible. I think they'd be crazy to turn down the upzoning. I think those apartment buildings I think the owners of that probably are going to accept that upzoning and be excited about it. I don't think there's a chance a venture capital building is going to be, especially some of these have just, actually, I know one of these buildings that's indicated here was literally just redone, like in the last 2 years. Like, I think they just finished construction, redoing it. And Quadras has the whole giant plan. I think they just got done doing some of theirs. So we're not ready for prime time yet on the NOP. But because of that, foundationally, what I really would like to see when it does come back to us is the assessment of feasibility of building on these sites. And then also, there have been some bills passed in the state legislature that basically goes up to 100 units per acre as opposed to 30. If we don't count those sites as being able to go that high, and someone comes in with that, what we'll have done in our housing element, candidly, is undercounted some areas and overcounted what was necessary in others. And so we really need to have that, and then look at, and then figure out what those densities look like on a heat map, and then we do the EIR. And so I really appreciate all the work that's gone on here, but I do feel a little bit like, some of this feels like it's being driven a little bit by the this versus that, as opposed to what's the practical reality of what can be done. So, and so I said I'd be quick. I'm going to shut up.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, believe it or not, I am like totally in agreement with Councilmember Mueller on this. 100%. I do not think we are ready to go into an EIR. I completely agree with most of the public comments made about feasibility analysis, about talking to the development community, talking to the property owners. What do we actually think is realistically going to happen? Looking at, AB 1763 and what the state laws would do to density on their own. And what would we need to do in terms of affordable housing overlay bonuses to get the housing that we say we're going to get. Assuming that every single one of our sites that we pick is going to develop at 100% affordable 100% of the time. I can't stomach it. I feel like we need additional analysis. I was leaning towards option, like before I heard Councilmember Mueller, I was going to be talking about how I was leaning towards option D, but that I wanted to see more analysis done before there was any kind of sign off on an EIR. But yeah, I mean, I don't even think we're ready for that yet. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Mueller for kicking it off the way he did. I have some other questions here and there about just questions that the community has brought up, but I think the bottom line is I want to know from staff in terms of timing and consequences. I know we have some milestones that we want to hit, but I would imagine that HCD, the state that's overseeing this process, wants us to create a feasible, realistic plan and would accommodate our desire to get this right. So I just wanted to understand in terms of timing, what's really needed to get done and what can kind of wait for some of this additional analysis. Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, you can go. Is it possible that you hold on, Mr. Bradley, 1 second? I do want to, Councilmember Taylor, I had said I was going to go to you, and my apologies. So we do have the question from Councilmember Wilson. Councilmember Taylor, did you have a comment that you want to make? Just.
I do, Mayor Combs, but I'll wait until
Okay.
after.
All right. Please go, Mr. Bradley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I had a long training not to jump into a council discussion without being called upon specifically. So thank you. First off, I wanted to thank the council and the community members for very astute comments. And I think it's a reflection of the complexity of the task we have before us, that we can have stark different perspectives on essentially while agreeing on the outcome that we're all pursuing. And so one of the things we probably didn't do a good enough job explaining within our options was the reason why we assume that properties that have a zoning designation that allows up to 30 units per acre may go 100% affordable is simply because there's state laws on that matter called the default density, that basically the original intent was to sort of force cities to upzone properties to either 20 or 30 units per acre based on their geographic location to facilitate affordable housing development, which HCD has found to be feasible based on those parcel sizes we talked about, and also based on these default densities. And so that is 100% methodology for constructing a legally compliant housing element. But obviously that's only half the battle here. The other half is to actually meet our goals of providing that affordability within the plan. And so the thing we've been thinking about and working with staff on is policy prescriptions that would then convert a certain percentage of those parcels into higher density, more highly affordable projects. And I think the best tools available have been mentioned by several speakers. And it's either the local density bonus, which is called the Affordable Housing Overlay. Currently, it only applies to properties within the El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan or specific multifamily R4 properties that have that designation on the end. So it's a good tool, and it goes over and above what historically has been the state density bonus rules. But now we have the new state density bonus law, 1763, which several speakers mentioned that also, which goes way above and beyond anything we've seen before, with unlimited densities within a half mile of a major transit stop, with density bonuses of 80% instead of, for example, the local Menlo Park maxes out at 60%. So our goal was to establish a benchmark using that 30 units dwelling units per acre that would satisfy housing element methodology and also provide a way that affordable housing projects that provide way more affordability could have an ability to springboard above that. And one of the complications with that is also under housing element methodology, we can't take credit for any inclusionary units unless they're part of a specific pipeline project. And we can't officially take credit for density bonuses because HCD views those as completely voluntary on the part of the applicant and the developer. And even if we can show a good track record of density bonus projects being processed in a jurisdiction, we can't rely on that within the element. But we do acknowledge that most projects are driven by private real estate market forces. They'll be primarily market rate with an inclusionary component. We do think the inclusionary component could be raised to the 20% level to improve those numbers. But if we can get 10, 20, 30 units of 10, 20, or 30 acres of land to develop at significantly higher densities, that could be the missing ingredient to make sure we meet our housing goals across all affordability categories. And so we are hoping for direction from the council to lean into those devices and policy options so that we can really flesh out the affordability piece of this. At the time of the study sessions with the Housing Commission and Planning Commission, we're really identifying parcels of land that we felt met the criteria as housing opportunity sites, knowing that there'd be a lot more work to be done and discussions to be had. Unfortunately, the schedule is a solid, unmovable object. January 15th, 2023, HCD doesn't have any authority to modify that or extend it for us. So we really do need to hold that as a hard deadline. And I would encourage the council to think of the NOP for the EIR as just the beginning of creating a funnel where we carry as many sites as we feel comfortable carrying through a process that can result in sites dropping in or out for any reason. And a site that we think is a great site today can become an unacceptable site if we learn something about it that triggers an exception that makes it so we can't use it. So we do need to have a fairly healthy portfolio of sites that we can continue to research and do outreach with the community. I've pigeonholed Andrew Belak from MidPenn because I know they've done a lot of projects in Menlo Park, and I've been using him as a resource to identify, what the critical success factors are for these highly affordable projects. But I wouldn't want you to think that the NOP would be crafted in such a way that would limit the ability of the council to make wise decisions going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I have another question, and Mr. Bradley, thank you so much for explaining the default density. What I would like to see is actually, and I appreciate the support around not offering any sites up in District 1, but what I would like to see is actually that District 1 is downzoned. 100 units an acre is excessive. And with the existing projects, clearly there wasn't anything that could be done, but I definitely would like to see something change there. The other is what it looks like if we count the pipeline projects in District 1 as a part of RENA 5.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor, for that question. So essentially, any pipeline project that we currently have designated in cycle 6 because of the timing issues associated with those projects, if the council decides to move those back, because that is a discretionary item, there's some flexibility around how you deal with pipeline projects. There's 3 major milestones that can be used to assign those projects. The date they are approved by the Planning Commission or the council as their final planning approval. That's the first milestone. The second milestone is issuance of building permits. And the third milestone is the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. So you can see right off the bat with these large projects that could take 18 months or more to build, they could easily fall into either cycle. So the net result of pushing any one or more projects from the 6th planning period to the 5th, which is the current planning period, is to effectively just boost up the amount of units we would be planning for as part of the new housing element.
Thank you.
On a one-to-one basis. So if we pushed a 400 unit project out of the 6th cycle pipeline and pushed it into the 5th cycle to take credit for it there and show really solid performance under the 5th cycle, we would simply plan for 400 more units in the 6th cycle.
Thank you. And I had one additional question before I pass the mic, and that is it possible to bifurcate the safety element from the housing element update? And I'm asking this question because our safety element hasn't been updated since 2013. And it's my understanding that at minimum, it should be updated no less than 8 years, every 8 years. So we're in the 8th year. So I'm wondering, is that possible to actually bifurcate that from the housing element?
I am not sure about the answer to that question, Councilmember Taylor. We could research that and bring that information back to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. So, Mr. Bradley, if I can recap where we're at the moment, and then I'll turn to see if the Vice Mayor, what comments, questions she has. Is that Councilmember Willison and Mueller expressed some concern about where we are and thought that there needed to be, if not a major reset, some sort of reset. Your response was essentially that this train is a moving, and in that, like, we really need to be on the process and you need to get direction to meet a timeline towards the NOP and towards the IR, but that there was some ability to address their concerns by the addition or subtraction of parcels, even as we go into these next phases.
Correct. And even the map that Councilmember Mueller held up, which I believe is attachment K of the staff report, that simply shows all of the sites that we identified that we felt met the technical requirements of being a housing element site. But the way the options were constructed we didn't assume that all of those sites would actually be used based on this process of digging in deeper, talking to the development community about feasibility issues, talking to the property owner about levels of interest. So for example, in option D, for the properties along Sand Hill Road that are colored red in that map, we're only assuming 50% of them will actually, at the end of the day, be feasible. So 50% of them will drop out sometime between now and when we have a adopted housing element. Within the Sharon Heights Shopping Center, we only assume 75% of that land would be developed as part of a housing project. So there's some built-in buffers separate from the 30% buffer we talked about with the arena. There's some built-in buffers of how we evaluate these sites so that we weren't flying really close to the bone on the total number of units.
But if I could stop you there, I also thought that there were some sites that hadn't been identified that possibly could or should be identified. Like, so then what's the process then by which you identify those sites that you haven't yet identified?
I think we've identified nearly all the sites that have a good reasonable chance of becoming an official housing opportunity site. I think the missing ingredient is direction from council on, should we lean more heavily into increasing density in the downtown? The downtown plan itself has a range of densities from 18 units per acre all the way up to 50 units per acre. So it's already has a good variety of densities, all of which could be incrementally increased to take advantage of the locational benefits of being downtown. And then if there's other areas or other sites that we've identified, for example, locations close to transit, where maybe we were too conservative just using the 30 dwelling units per acre, maybe those should go higher. So there's several different levers we can turn. If the feeling is we're sort of, as some of the speakers said, the arena is a floor, right? It's not a ceiling, and maybe we treated it more like a ceiling than we should have.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So I'd like some more information about this site identification, because I think, like others, well, first of all, I very much agree with all the comments that have been said by council, and just think it's wonderful. It seems like we're very much on the same page in many ways. I'd love to hear more about what it means to identify a site, because I also am confused. To me, there are sites that are not on the map right now, which could be, and there's sites which, obviously, as Councilmember Mueller just identified, there's sites that seem like they really shouldn't be there. So what does that mean to have a site identified? And at what point do we need to be more specific about it? And if we're not being specific right now, I'm hoping these are all related to one question. If we're not being that specific right now, why not throw them all into the bucket? Why are we trying to choose option A, B, C, D?
Yeah, thank you for that question. One of the original ideas to sort of keep the environmental review process on track was, a month or two ago, come to the council with a draft NOP that just took a number like the arena, or the arena with a buffer. Let's just say we're going to study 3,800 units, and we'll figure out the details later. The concern with that was that it would overstate the impacts, because we knew we had a series of calculations to go through to forecast about the pipeline projects, the ADUs, SB 9, how all that affected what we call the net RENA, what's left over after you've taken any credits that are allowable. And that becomes an issue not just within the context of this project, but other projects, city projects or private development projects that are doing their own EIRs also have to reference what's happening citywide under the cumulative analysis. And so if we came up with a big number that was a multiple over what we would actually possibly be planning for, that would sort of have a ripple effect in terms of the analysis for every other project. So instead of studying 1,800 new homes, we'd be studying 3,600 new homes. And that would, on paper, put a big strain on public facilities, school districts, police and fire, water, sewer, everything. And so the decision was made to try to make sure that the NOP was more carefully crafted to reflect more closely to what the city was really planning for in terms of new housing.
Thank you.
So we wouldn't want to throw in everything like completely that we didn't think would survive the strict scrutiny.
So given that, thank you. Given that, can you explain again what you were talking about where we're looking at 100% affordable housing for each of these sites right now? Because I thought you were saying that that's not realistic. What's happening is it'll actually go way over, and this will be sort of the BMR part of it. Or did I?
Yeah, I think the way to think of it is, if 80% of the sites develop in what we consider the normal historical pattern with mostly market rate housing and a small amount of affordable housing as required by the city's BMR program, that leaves 20% of the sites that could develop differently. And if they had access to what I think of as the three main ingredients, land, suitable density allowances, and appropriate financing, then the overwhelming demand for affordable housing can be provided for. A portion of it can be provided for in these projects that we see coming up, not just in Menlo Park, but in San Mateo and Sunnyvale and Belmont. Very well designed, high quality projects by nonprofit housing providers. And if those are at high enough density, that in combined with the 15 or 20% affordable units from the other projects can combine to actually meet that base level of about 1,500 affordable units that we need.
So given that makes sense, given that though, aren't we grossly underestimating in the NOP if all we're looking at is the affordable numbers rather than actually the affordable plus the market rate that would be required to generate those affordable units outside of that 20%?
Yeah, and in response to some of this feedback, since the joint study session on October 4th with the Planning Commission Housing Commission, we did take another look at that, and that's why we came back with that last slide asking for, even though our options are around the 1,700, 1,800 unit range to meet that 1,500 need, we'd feel more confident about this strategy that we haven't articulated enough. If the council were to say, okay, we get it, you need a little more elbow room, why don't you look at 22 or 2,300 units, which would be like 20% more again, to allow for this kind of math to work out. Because there are, as some of the speakers mentioned, the new state law 1763 is a very supercharged version of the existing state law around density bonuses, and so we might be seeing more of those. And it's impossible to predict exactly how many people or how many applicants would take advantage of those tools, but But I think if the EIR, makes a good effort to quantify that and make some reasonable assumptions around that, we would be in good shape. But I don't want the council to feel like we'd have to redo the EIR if we evaluated more units or more parcels than ultimately were included in the adopted housing element. From an environmental perspective, that is not a bad thing. That's just being conservative. But there would be no set of circumstances where we would have to redo the environmental work if we started out with some sites that ended up being dropped for whatever reason.
So I guess I'm still not feeling comfortable with two pieces of this. One is why we wouldn't include more sites, because definitely some will be dropped. So I can understand if we might include something that we don't feel is viable. But there's also sites that might be very viable that haven't been identified yet. So how do those get factored in? I guess I'll stop there for a second.
Sure. I think at some point, if we go into an EIR process with a portfolio of sites, and we, in the middle of that process, we identify a site that was overlooked in the past, and we seek to bring that in. If it were over sort of the limit that we had already established, and we had started some technical studies based on this, thinking we knew what the sites were, we'd probably have to kick out an equivalent number of sites to kind of keep things within the framework that had been set up.
Does it matter where the location is, or are we looking more at pure numbers?
Locations are important.
That's what I thought.
Because in particularly the traffic analysis is locational based. So we do need good parcel by parcel information about where the new housing would go.
Thank you. And then I still guess I don't understand how. Will you be adding into the EIR or to the NOP what you believe is that market rate housing to generate those BMR units, or are we not looking at that in the EIR? And isn't that a miss if we don't? I mean, I assume you know what.
Well,
I just am having trouble wrapping my head around that.
Yeah, typically the environmental review is a bit agnostic regarding whether units are affordable or non-affordable. There is a body of research that shows that affordable housing generates less parking demand and less traffic overall than the larger, more expensive market rate homes. So that's a possible angle. But typically the EIR concerns itself with just the sheer number of units and the locations and and all of the impacts that flow from that. So there's not a huge, usually there's not any analysis of, oh, there's 20% affordable and 80% market rate. We're going to base our analysis on that, because in a normal environmental review, that just it doesn't change anything.
But don't you still need that extra number of market units on that site, since you're worried about?
Yes. If we have an affordability strategy that nudges up the total number of units overall as a possible scenario, then that would definitely have to be captured.
So what do you need tonight from us? It sounds, I understand if we need to give just general density and height and parking information, which is what I talked to staff about before, but it sounds now like we're needing to get it more site specific, or is that true?
It doesn't necessarily need to be site specific. Like, for example, the Housing Commission made a recommendation. They said, hey, we like option C, but we want to use the increased housing number from a different option that was higher for Sharon Heights. So they called it option C plus extra Sharon Heights. And so they were working at kind of that larger, area scale. So we kind of need the same thing on the council. If they say, we like option D, but we think, your density assumptions around the downtown parking lots are woefully too low, and you should increase that to something that comports with your research around making affordable housing projects feasible, or the density around, facing the transit area is too low. So big picture things like that can then allow us to go back to the sites analysis and make parcel by parcel adjustments that would sort of follow that direction.
And at what point do we go out to the community to get their input for this? Because that seems, as soon as we start talking about more specific, even just in areas, density and heights, and even parking, it seems like we definitely need more community input.
Yeah, I do. We have talked about that internally with the housing team at the city. And we do realize we would need to reconnect with the community and give people a chance to interact with this new information and give us feedback. And we could do that during the environmental review process. Just like we'll be having meetings talking about policy and programs for the new housing element during that same time.
Okay, thank you. And then let me just throw one other piece in, and that's I think there was a little bit of I think there's some angst over this. Just, is the city obligating itself to approving projects in the pipeline if they're included in the RENA numbers?
The short answer is no. From a pure housing element perspective, it'd be more advantageous to not count them as pipelines and just treat them as sites. Because as we've talked about, based on the default density concept, we could claim that site is 100% suitable for 100% affordable housing. As soon as it becomes a pipeline project, you have to default to whatever the actual unit mix is in terms of affordability. And that's what, but that question is also one of the main reasons why we recommend the 30% buffer rather than something lower, because the city does have a number of large projects. And if for any reason any of those projects weren't approved and the city did not think it should go back and just be a regular opportunity site, the city would have to go back and modify their housing element and get that basically recertified by the State Department of Housing and Community Development.
So my concern is that we do not have any pressure that the city's retaining complete discretion over all projects that have not yet been approved, to either approve or or not approve a project. And I'm concerned that we have many projects across the city, but specifically, especially in District 1, that, I mean, just calling one out, we've got Willow Village, which is a huge percentage of what we're looking at. I think that we need to get into the record that we are not in any way that we are retaining full discretion to approve or not approve that project if it is in the RENA numbers. And that there is absolutely no, that, we need to know upfront, what does that mean?
Yeah, I would position the framework of how to think about that. That project's a little different, or it's larger, obviously, than any of the other projects in District 1. But and this gets a little wonky, but by square footage, it's not considered a residential project or a mixed use project because it has so much commercial office space. So it's not covered under some of the protections that some of your other sites would have under SB 330, Housing Crisis Act, where the city's discretion is significantly constrained. And if it's consistent with the general plan, it's consistent with the zoning standards, the city would be up against a wall if they for some reason weren't able to approve some of those projects as we've seen. But I would agree that the Facebook project would be in a different category.
And also several people tonight called out the SRI project, and with concern that because it's on the list now as a pipeline project, that essentially it's being approved or that there's not as much review left. So I just want to really make clear to everyone that what exactly it means that it's on the list.
Yeah, that's a good point, because a pipeline project, it sounds really like this project is happening, but it really just means a project has filed an application, which is called a pending project. That means a project's been approved. It means a project's been issued a building permit or is under construction, but it definitely doesn't mean it's on a guaranteed path for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will let someone else talk. Thanks.
Are there any additional questions for Mr. Bradley? If Vice Mayor.
So I just have one more, and that's sort of a fundamental issue that we're not talking about, and that's how office development contributes to expanding RHNA numbers. And it's sort of, we can't control everything, but it seems to me that that's one of the pieces that we can control, where sort of when you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. What should we be thinking about at this point, or at what point, about looking at zoning and whether or not we're overemphasizing office development, and whether we should be requiring like new offices to supply enough housing to meet the demand the project creates, or just how do we think about office so that we're not further aggravating our housing shortage? And I don't know if now's a good time to get into that. I just felt like it really needed to be brought up.
It's definitely an interesting topic, and it could go a lot of different directions. Obviously, the city has discretion over office development. You could restrict it or limit it more than is currently done. It doesn't have anything like some of the protections at the state level that residential enjoys. Once it's zoned residential, the state has made it harder, to take that away. Office doesn't have anything like that, obviously. But in terms of this conversation, I think the most relevant thing is that third piece of the puzzle we talked about, land density funding. Office development can be a source of a steady revenue stream for affordable housing, in particular, through the imposition of in lieu housing fees due to that job generation, creating that fundamental demand for housing. And obviously, the city has a fee like that in place, but I feel like compared to Palo Alto, Mountain View, some of the other cities, the fee is on the lower end of the range. And as we've heard about office projects or office developments, being well established and highly desired in Menlo Park, I imagine, just from a pure nexus analysis perspective, would probably stand up to strict scrutiny to evaluate that fee to see if changes were in order, which in turn could add some viability to our overall affordable housing strategy.
I just want to add, as was recently editorialized in a local paper, that the Daily Post was basically proposing that rather than using a fee, that we actually require the developer to build housing, which I think is a really interesting thought.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Nash, I think the fees or the money never quite makes up for the housing demand that gets created. Councilmember Wilson.
Yeah, I appreciate all these, all your questions, Vice Mayor Nash, and thank you, Mr. Bradley, for your answers. To me, this is coming down to, what we're trying to do here. And there's submitting something to HCD, which is a state mandate, which I totally understand we need to do. And then there's this opportunity we have and kind of obligation we have to our community to enable the production of this housing to meet our community needs. We heard from Housing Choices that we have members of our community that are intellectually or developmentally disabled that don't have places to live. I know we have aging seniors. We have kids and grandkids that might not be able to live near here. I mean, this is real. The whole reason we're doing this is because we have an affordability and a housing crisis. And we also have people that really want to revitalize our downtown and our city and see some exciting things. This is a huge opportunity. And so I'm really reluctant to rush this. And I know that there's a January 2023 deadline, but I'm still unclear about the timing of this EIR and the need to rush to this NOP. And because if we're looking at this larger kind of process, I think we as leaders of this community want to understand how you're envisioning what you're saying on paper is actually going to happen. And so whether that's something that has to be submitted to HCD, or we want to just have the transparency and be able to present to our neighbors and say, yes, there's a default density of 30, but because it's within a half-mile of transit and falls under AB 1763, this is actually going to develop at 80. So here's what it's going to look like before we lock in this location. And so some information that I still feel like is missing, and I sent some of these questions in beforehand, was, what sites, I'll just use option D as an example, but what sites fall under AB 1763? Which ones are within a half-mile of transit and kind of have no density limit? So what could we expect those to develop at? And I would imagine we would need to ask the development community, like, what do you think this is going to come out as? What sites don't fall under AB 1763 and would require huge modifications or bumps in our affordable housing overlays so that the affordable housing has a greater advantage than the market rate housing? And what is that delta and how big of a bump is that going to be? So that we get the affordable yield that we're saying we're going to get. Because again, it's not going to be the default density of 30. And so again, when we look at our neighbors and they're looking at these numbers and what they can expect, have it be realistic. And again, engaging with the development community to find out, how does the affordable housing overlays work with mixed income, mixed use projects? And I was looking through the staff report, and the 2,200 number, that's the top bullet here, I don't think I saw that before. I don't know if it was in the staff report, but the whole idea of inclusionary and kind of adding more housing, I was waiting to see something like that, but I think this is the first time we're seeing it. So how is that all going to work together? And then again, our parking lots, our downtown parking lots, and like looking at how we're planning on building those out. I know some of these are saying we're going to only use a third of them, but a third of them at 30 units an acre, like, are we missing a huge opportunity on this scarce resource? Or do we need to build that out at 60, 80, 100? And like, what do those different scenarios look like? And maybe we only use 1 acre now in this cycle, and then we use another acre. Because if we blow every site in this cycle at 30 units an acre, then we're like we're using up all of our scarce resources. So playing out these scenarios to me is so critical before we like lock in anything. And I'm super reluctant to kind of go full steam ahead until we have more information, I think, for ourselves as a council, but mostly for the community, because I don't understand how we're going to get the numbers that are on the piece of paper. I understand that, I think it was said at the Housing and Planning Commission, you tell us where you want it to go, and we're going to develop a package of incentives and bonuses and concessions to make it happen. But I think we have to know, we need to like take the veil off what that is and put that in the forefront, so that we really understand what we're talking about before we kind of race here. And that's my question about the timing, is like, I understand we have the January 23rd, but kind of given what you're hearing tonight, like I wouldn't feel comfortable right now. I mean, I get that we don't want it to be too little of a number, too big of a number. It feels a little bit like Goldilocks. And I feel like we almost need to like do some of this more analysis to get the right number. And I feel like doing this harder work up front and being really upfront with the community and having them have some visibility into this is going to pay dividends at the end. Because what the worst thing that could happen is a year from now, we're like at the end of an EIR with all these assumptions that we didn't really like chew on. And all these assumptions were baked in. And then there's this like, oh, by the way, it's going to be, you know, this tall with this incentive that's likely going to transpire. And then people are like, no, I was reading on the paper it was 30 units an acre and that there was an asterisk about some affordable housing overlay, but I didn't bother reading the asterisk because I saw this 30 number. Like those asterisks, I think, need to come to life so that we really know what we're talking about. So thank you, Mr. Bradley. Sorry for my worked upness.
Thank you.
This is a big thing. Thanks.
I feel it. Appreciate it.
Vice Mayor.
I just, you know, given all these comments, I just want to thank staff and M Group and all of our commissions and residents and everybody. You're probably going to do this as well, but just it's been, you know, it really is impressive how much input and how much sort of work has been done to this point. But I do agree that it seems like we need to get a little bit further before we're ready to jump onto this NOP.
So then, Mr. Bradley's staff, let's walk through what are the risks or consequences connected with the direction that council seems to be going in tonight, which is not really providing direction along the lines that you were looking for. Ms. Chow.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Combs. I think if it's possible, could we request a brief break so that our team could regroup and come back?
Yeah, totally. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:05.
Just log back into the same meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, Vice Mayor Nash, were you?
So thank you. I was just going to say, or what are the consequences? How do you know if we do take this step tonight? How can we keep feeding into it? So you know, is the other alternative?
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, I think that's a helpful question. I think it'd be best if you just give us 10 minutes so we can sort of give you our best estimate of risks, outcomes, and how many potential additional meetings we'll need to talk about this. And then we'll come back and try and answer it.
Great, totally cool. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. Hey everyone, just a quick update. We're waiting on staff, and so council, feel free to go off camera if you want to. I think it's probably going to be maybe about 5 more minutes, but you can also stay on camera, whatever works best for you. And the city clerk will come on and let us know when staff is ready.
just want to confirm that City Council Member Mueller is still here.
You're accounted for.
Fabulous, thank you. So having all members of the City Council return to our virtual dais, Mayor Combs, we reconvene the meeting.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Karen. Before I turn it over to staff, I want to go to Councilmember Taylor. I think she had some quick additional questions, comments.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I do have a couple of additional comments. Since we have 3 land use documents in Menlo Park, Connect Menlo, the 2013 general plan, and the downtown specific plan, I wanted to look into a citywide land use policy, if it's possible to have a citywide environmental review with the NOP. And then also just moving forward, it's hard to do that without asking the question about with the surveys. There was mention of the issue with the online surveys, but I wanted to find out if there's an update with the paper surveys that were, I don't know exactly what happened to them, but just want to know if there was an update there. I think it's important just moving forward in trying to get community input, and then also just with the recent resignations of the SEOC committee members. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments and questions, Councilmember Taylor. And so I'll go to the staff / consultants. I don't know who's up to share. Oh, okay, Ms. Chow, thanks.
So I think it'll be a joint effort, but I'd first like to address Councilmember Taylor's questions about the survey that was conducted late in the summer, early fall. And so as Mr. Bradley mentioned earlier, we did have a number of respondents. It was a paper and online survey. We had some spoofing of our surveys. We had that resolved. We had a number of surveys that we received through our various outreach events, and we had a number of surveys, probably in the 30 to 50 range, that were conducted by one of our CEOC members who went out in the neighborhood, and certainly we appreciate the effort and the relationships that she's built and the trust that she built out in the relationships, and provided those surveys, dropped them off, and we have resolved. And I regret to inform that they were accidentally run away at the neighborhood service center. I do not believe it was any ill intent or ill will towards that, and I am very saddened by the loss of those surveys, and especially for Member Robledo, who put so much effort into it, and it's very disappointing and saddened to say this, but yes, we were unable to recover those surveys, and that's we do now have confirmation. So that was somewhat of a kind of closure, if you will, to that question. So I know we do have opportunities to continue to do outreach, as we mentioned in the surveys, not surveys, excuse me, early in the presentation, meeting with the CEOC to identify continued ways to do outreach and engagement with our members of our community. Environmental justice was identified earlier as a component that really embraces and needs to have the outreach as part of the preparation of that element. And so looking for opportunities to better connect and to continue that the engagement with especially District 1.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Chow. So, and I know that, thanks for, yeah, the clarification of the information on the surveys. Obviously, we're all disappointed how that ended, but thanks that we have some conclusion to what happened to those surveys. And I know that there is Councilmember Taylor's question about sort of our different land use policies / plans, and so and so that certainly is an issue. I do want to also, though, give the staff opportunity to share what they see as a path forward based on the feedback that we've gotten so far.
Thank you. So I'll answer, try to respond to Councilmember Taylor's second question about the various land use documents, and then Mr. Bradley can help address potentially a path forward for us this evening. And so Councilmember Taylor was correct in that we do have a number of different plans. There was the Connect Menlo General Plan update that was a citywide document, but primarily focused on land use changes in the Bayfront area. And that was a result of more recently, from the time that we started that in 2014, the adoption of the specific plan in 2012. And so the specific plan is incorporated into the general plan, and separately, the housing element is also an element of the general plan. So these modifications that we will be proposing, potentially adopting as part of the housing element, do get rolled into an update into our land use element. So if there are rezoning changes that necessitate general plan amendments, that also would occur concurrently. And if
yeah, okay, yeah, thanks for that answer.
Mayor Combs, may I jump in?
Yeah, please go, Mr. Bradley.
Thank you for the break, a chance to huddle with the team. After careful consideration with the city manager and the city attorney and the assistant deputy director, we would like to recommend that the city council authorize the project team to issue an NOP next month that would simply repeat the information you see in table 6 of the staff report, which provides for all of the different development areas, all of the sites that we identified as having potential viability as successful housing opportunity sites without any development ratios applied. It totals just over 152 acres of land, and results in using mostly the default density with some exceptions of 30 units per acre, results in just over 3,800 units, which is coincidentally the same number as the regular city housing allocation with 30% buffer. So that would give us a very wide envelope to work with to craft specific affordability strategies, focused use of development incentives, including density bonuses within that larger framework. Given that this would be a significant change with what we've shared with the community through the various public meetings, we would propose at least one, possibly 2 additional community meetings in the months of November and December to bring the community up to speed on this new approach, and return to City Council in January with detailed updates of how this strategy is being shaped within this scenario, and a very detailed and hopefully persuasive set of policy prescriptions to give the city confidence that we are tackling the affordability challenge head on, and have a path forward that the council can support. So really, those three components we'd like the council to consider.
And just so I can understand what those three components are, so one is obviously authorization of the NOP. It's sort of, let's say, max development, right? Okay, so that's one element. Then the second is community engagement. Is that
Correct.
okay? And then what's the third? I'm sorry.
Realizing that we need to close the loop with the council to give clarity to where separate from the NOP, how this is really landing from a housing policy and production point of view.
Okay, thanks. City Attorney Doherty.
Thank you. I do want to clarify that by max development, I think what we're recommending is sort of a means of getting us to releasing an NOP without committing the council to a particular site inventory or selection of the alternatives tonight is a max in terms of the estimated maximum units, but not a max in terms of the scope, the geographic scope of the city that would be considered and contemplated in the NOP, so that the NOP would be limited to the areas set forth in table 6 and that we've been discussing as having already been analyzed by the M group this evening.
Right. Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. Comments, questions from council? Vice Mayor. You're muted.
I'm honestly not comfortable with this. Is it possible to, I'm assuming we're taking a vote tonight, and I'm just, I would just like to have, well, I guess it seems that this list is not, there's pieces that don't possibly belong on here, and there's pieces that could be added. Is there any opportunity to make those changes before it actually goes in, or are we really not limiting ourselves if a site is not on this list?
I think that I'll leave Mr. Bratley.
I think from an environmental perspective, I think if we identify acreages within specific areas like we do here in table 6, there is some flexibility in terms of specific parcels within that. But to the city attorney's point, we are drawing some limits around the total amount of development within these specified areas.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And I guess on the El Camino Real, I'm looking at table 6. On El Camino Real, how did the estimated maximum number of units end up at 353 from 21.4 acres at the lowest level? 30 per acre would be in the 600s, I think, wouldn't they?
It looks like that's the maximum of units in any one of the 4 options. Asher, can you confirm that if you're still on the call? Yeah, so this is really a
Hi, this is Ashko with M Group. I'm still on the call. I'm getting spreadsheets open though, so I need a moment. I apologize.
If you look at,
Well, if I can have you could pause and look at what you need to look up. City Clerk Karen, can you come back on and we can poll the council about extending past 11, which it looks as though we're headed, so we can clear up that business.
I appreciate that. So at this time, by acclamation, is the city council okay with continuing this meeting past work?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
Because how much longer do you guys want to go past 11? Because I'll be honest, like I'm waiting for my turn to comment, but I'm ready to go a half hour longer. How about that?
I mean, that would work for me. So, okay. Right. So, okay, thanks.
Record reflect 11:30.
Okay. Okay, back to Mr. Cohen and Mr. Bradley.
I'd like Asher to confirm, as he's been doing most of our data analysis, but it appears that this table takes the highest unit counts from each area based on the 4 scenarios, and then rolls them into this table.
Yeah, and it's actually the highest. Jeff's correct, but also for C, I believe that we're assuming that all of El Camino Real would develop. That's where you get the 353. I think kind of the discrepancy you're pointing out to is this thing where there's already pretty high density allowed by the specific plan along El Camino Real. So the difference between what's allowed by the specific plan and what would be boosted by the default density, even if it's over a wide area, 21 odd acres, it won't actually be that much of an increase. It's a relatively shallow increase over a wide area compared to other areas of the city.
So is the sense, Mr. Cohen, if I'm understanding you, like because there has been some development that has already happened there, right? What's left, even though we're talking about 21 acres, is a lot less than in some other places where you're talking about 10 acres, where maybe there's like, it's not a blank slate or a clean slate, but it's something along that level, right? Like maybe there's no housing there at this moment.
Exactly, and housing's already allowed along that area compared to, say, Middlefield, which is right now purely commercial. So any new housing that'd be allowed would be kind of almost from scratch, whereas in El Camino would be there already is some housing in that area.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Does that answer your question, Vice Mayor?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. I think Councilmember Taylor was next, and then I'll go to you, Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I just wanted to share with the council that I am supportive of aggressive upzoning. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so what's not been explained is what the urgency is to get the NOP out. Because candidly, in talking to other cities, I don't know of any who are getting their NOPs out right now. And so what is the urgency with getting our NOP out at the timing that we're doing it? And are you aware of any other cities that are getting their NOP out at that time? Or because it's kind of self-explanatory, but in assessing sort of going forward without having these issues addressed that we've talked about, I'd like to understand what the urgency is.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. We're really working back from December of 2022 and giving the last 3 months of next year for the adoption process. So that really means we need the final EIR in August, early to mid-September at the latest. The EIR process itself usually takes a minimum of 1 year because of the large public review periods built into it at different milestones, most notably the 45-day public review of the draft EIR. And then also, before you can produce a final EIR, we have to respond in writing to any comments we receive, and we're expecting that to be a significant effort. Another factor is all of the cities are on the same schedule for these housing elements, and so we've been very deliberate about partnering with a larger environmental firm that has the capacity to meet these deadlines. But they do have multiple projects, and they've been very clear from the very beginning that they really wanted to get started with the environmental portion of this project in September, last month. So we've already pushed them out of their comfort zone, and we need to make sure we have enough time to do the environmental review as well as the additional economic analysis that's been planned for this work. But just the sheer amount of time it takes to prepare the EIR and then also go through the procedural steps of finalizing EIR. Anything less than a year is very, very, very challenging.
All right, so it sounds like it sounds like we might be sort of a secondary client to our larger clients who are coming into these environmental firms. And so those other cities have some assurances they can move faster, and that's why their NOPs are later. Or
I'm only working on 2 other housing elements, and we're have very similar schedules. I would not say that Menlo Park is not a important client of ESA, our environmental consultant. I think they understand the significance of this effort, and they need the time it takes to do it right.
Well, when you say we're on similar schedules, are we first in comparison to those similar schedules?
Yeah, one other city will go out also in November, hopefully, and then the other one in December.
Okay.
Very, very, very close in time frame.
Okay.
This project is bigger and more complicated, has a lot more moving parts.
I see. My big concern on this is that, I can't speak to the other. I'll be very candid with my colleagues. Like I only really looked in detail at my district, but like if the EIR went out for my district based on what was assessed, I don't think that EIR would survive challenge. Because you have a mass of that housing actually adjacent to Sand Hill Road, as opposed to potentially what would necessarily need to be interior and in ingress and egress points would be different. And also, it'd be a totally different. It could be, I understand the outskirts when you get closer to the freeway, it'd be, somewhat similar, but certainly close to the project would be very different. And it seems kind of like what we're talking about now is we're saying, okay, we'll assume a certain amount of acreage per quadrant. But even on that case, let's imagine, some other issues we've raised with respect to the different state laws, and also whether or not certain sites are available is going to affect that density. And if we have limits on what that density is, then can be moved, and we're really going to be trying to work backwards to make the EIR work. So I understand we're under time limitations, but just to get to the quick of it, I'm not prepared to move forward this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller, for your comments. I'll share my own. I would not be a vote in favor of this sort of, kind of max unit scenario. I just don't know like how to, I know obviously where the plan comes from, and a desire just to, seeing as how there is council concerns about the specific proposals and options of, essentially getting a kind of a blank slate that provides you the max amount of room to then sort of go back and add more specificity. But that would not be the number that I'm comfortable with. It's not a number that sort of it's well above what is our regulatory requirements, and so it's not something I would be comfortable in supporting. Even as I know that it's you're sort of using it as a kind of a blank slate, just to give yourself a maximum maneuverability. But I think sort of going out with an OP in connection with that would for me be concerning. I would be more interested in choosing an option, one of the options that were presented, versus going with this sort of kind of maximum number possibility that's been presented. But so that's where I am, which I know probably just doesn't help you. Where is the rest of the council at? So Councilmember Mueller is not prepared to move forward. I'm not prepared to move forward with this most recent option, but I would be willing to select one of the options that have been presented. I have seen no one on council that has been willing to do that tonight. But happy if someone wants to correct me if I'm wrong. But then my question is where does that leave us? Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I mean, I think that goes back to our question to staff and like, what are the risks of not moving forward now? I think I laid out kind of what I need to see to feel comfortable. I also just want to comment on Councilmember Taylor's desire for aggressive upzoning. This is something I've been thinking a lot about, and I just wanted to say that if we upzone everywhere, it'll just make the land and everything much more expensive. And so if our goal is to do affordable housing, we want the difference between the base, kind of what the market rate housing has, and what affordable housing can use to have a larger incentive for affordable housing. So I just wanted to acknowledge her comment, and I understand where she's coming from. But I think the issue that we're facing right now is about our affordable housing requirement, which requires a more nuanced strategy. But yeah, I want to know the consequences for missing the EIR deadline. Because it sounds like if it's just coming down to traffic analysis or VMT analysis, to me, the risk is greater to move now without feeling comfortable and satisfied as a council.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I'm going to request your forbearance while I ask Luke Evans from ESA, who's a participant in this call, to call me on my phone because I haven't been able to get a hold of him otherwise. So I apologize for that distraction. I'm not prepared to tell the city council that by not moving forward tonight, we're not going to meet our deadline of January 15th of 2023. I think if we were able to get the NOP issued sometime this year, 2021, before the end of the year, before Christmas, we would the whole team would pull together to make sure the city wasn't penalized for that. And we would recommit to the schedule and the deadline. And so I acknowledge that we have more work to do. We need to bring back something that the council can get behind, and so that the NOP doesn't feel like an obstacle to good planning.
Mr. Bradley, are you clear what that more work is? Did you feel you have a good understanding from the comments and the conversation of what it looks like, and do you have some sense of like how much work that is, like, right? Or how long it takes? Because obviously it's not just rescheduling another meeting, although as someone who's
Right.
been scheduling meetings for the past year, I know that in itself can be a challenge. But there is the underlying work that needs to be done by that next meeting.
No, fair enough. Thank you for that opportunity. If the council could give us the direction we're asking for, that would be huge. That would be a huge help. I feel a lot of this discussion is around this issue of whether we treat the RHNA targets as a floor or a ceiling. I feel like there's some energy from the council to go above and beyond the bare minimum. And so that would be good to know, like, what the order of magnitude of that is, if that's true, if that's a true statement. And then if there's any specific guidance around increasing densities downtown, which I know historically have been sensitive and subject to a lot of detailed planning efforts. If there's direction to downzone areas within District 1, that would be good to know, because then we would need to upzone other areas accordingly. And just any of those questions we asked, the answers to that would help sort of focus our efforts on crafting a strategy that addresses the council's concerns and ultimately meets the city's goals.
Councilmember Mueller. Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
Yeah, so I personally can say that I'm not interested in looking at above the RHNA minimum. The RHNA minimum is pretty, not that minimum. It's pretty large for Menlo Park. But what I am interested in looking at is, first of all, knowing that they're feasible sites. So site feasibility is really important in ascertaining whether or not it's actually going to count. And then the next thing I'm really interested in knowing is, what does the state law require in terms of density in specific sites? Because if we're only looking at 30 per acre, but it's going to come in much higher because of state laws affecting that, or if it could come in much higher, understanding what that variability looks like, because we might as well zone for it at that. So understanding that, I think, is going to be really important as we try to get the lot. And then I really would like to see a heat map then based on what that variable density looks like for sites that are been determined to be feasible, and then what the density could look like from minimum to what state law would require to what the council might decide it wants to do. So that's it for me.
And Councilmember Mueller, if I could just follow up, when you say feasibility, what is it specifically that you're looking for that helps you conclude that something is feasible? Is it an actual sort of engagement with a property owner that says, yeah, I'm interested in developing, or is it just like knowing that it's not a VC firm that's on that site? What does that feasibility sort of matrix look like for you?
Well, Mayor Combs, I do like to think of myself as a poet king, but in this case, it's HCD that has determined what is feasible. So in terms of feasibility as related to what HCD would determine as site feasible.
Right. Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I don't see it being so. The floor ceiling metaphor isn't working for me because, like if I look at option D on the paper, my concern is even what we're saying is going to happen isn't going to happen. So it's not the floor, the ceiling. It's like, I want to make feasible what we say we're going to, what's going to be coming out. And so it's just a different way of thinking about it. And then in terms of the feasibility, I do think this is a disconnect and something we need to resolve, because I think that staff is going through this exercise looking at the default density that HCD will accept and using that as, yes, that's feasible. And I think some of us are interpreting that as feasible to be accepted by HCD potentially, which depends on the incentives and the bonuses and the concessions and all the bells and whistles. But some of us might be looking at what's actually feasible to be built by a developer and affordable housing developer and actually produce the housing. And so I talked to staff last week and they said, well, they sent, like for Sand Hill Road, they said they sent like 15 letters to property owners on Sand Hill Road that had to meet, the 0.5 to 10 acre size, that hadn't been recently renovated, that, whatever the criteria is to make a site feasible. And they sent the property owners a letter saying, are you going, like, we're thinking of using your site. Is there any issue with that? And they didn't hear back from like any of them. So because there wasn't evidence of infeasibility, they were accepting that as feasible. So this is where, is that, it is, first of all, if HCD thinks that qualifies as feasible, that's a different definition of feasible than actually like likelihood and realistic to redevelop. And that's where I think that's where the conversation is coming down to. And I just think that we have to be clear about what we're trying to accomplish here. And my understanding is that we were actually trying to produce affordable housing for our community needs. And so if that's not like, if we're, that's what I think, I guess maybe what staff needs from us is clarification on that. But those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. I would sort of, and I think it's a fair sort of issue to engage in about sort of what we're doing here. And I think it's noble to talk about like the actual production of housing units, affordable or otherwise. But we don't actually build any housing units. This is a zoning exercise, essentially. What actually will happen of it is not, in our control. You can set up and make a site as, attractive as you want for redevelopment. And there is the owner of that parcel who will determine what they want to do with it. And sometimes the ability to exploit a parcel for its maximum financial benefit is never enough. And we see that on Santa Cruz in lots of parcels that could easily be redeveloped, but those owners are not. And so for me, and it's just a different way of looking at it, and no one way is more valid than the other. I sort of, I see this as a zoning exercise, and it is a zoning exercise in connection with a state mandate. And yes, that doesn't mean I'm sort of just engaging in it and going through the motions. But I think it is a lot more challenging to say, hey, this is about specifically producing housing when we don't really have the ultimate control over that. I'll let you respond, Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I just want to point out, and I wasn't involved or really engaged in Connect Menlo, but my understanding that Connect Menlo was a zoning exercise that heavily engaged the development community to figure out what would be feasible to convert a formerly, red line industrial area into redevelopment. And sure enough, after the ink dried on Connect Menlo, the proposals started flying in, kind of matching the zoning expectation of Connect Menlo. We can argue whether that's a good thing or a bad thing or whatever. And what I'm saying is, we went through that. We know how to zone to incentivize development. And my understanding was now we're doing that with affordable housing. But what I'm not hearing, and what I'm hearing from the affordable housing developers and HLC, is that we're not engaging with the development community to find out how to actually spur the development. We're not doing the due diligence that we did with Connect Menlo, so that when the ink dries on the housing element, the affordable housing opportunities will come. They might not all come like they did for Connect Menlo or whatever, but like it's not like it's getting late, but I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. Councilmember Mueller and then Vice Mayor Nash.
Yeah, I'm just going to add from just a policy perspective, and I didn't think we'd need to have this discussion tonight because I think I actually don't think it would be feasible that you would be able to get the venture capital firms to move. But from a policy perspective, as a council, is that something we would want? Like, I'm not like, is that something we would actually want, is for the venture capital firms to move? So, I mean, that's the second, like, it's a secondary thing about, just the intuitive nature of what we're doing. So anyway, that's my only comment. I'll be quiet for the rest of the night, I promise.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And I think that's a really good question, Councilmember Mueller. And bottom line, no, I don't think it's what we want. I guess a couple of things. One is, if we do not produce, there's SB 35 that takes away our local control. So we do need to make sure that we are doing something right, which I'm sure everyone knows. But the other piece is when people are talking about RENA minimums, are you talking about with a buffer or just straight RENA minimums?
I would always include a buffer personally.
I agree with you. I'm just making sure that my colleagues would agree with that.
And so just to, I'm sorry, were you going to say something else, Vice Mayor?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so I know I got, and I apologize, I think it was me who sidetracked this, but Councilmember Mueller, I know, listed the things that he wanted to see. Did everyone else on council sort of specifically kind of list out for Mr. Bradley, like the specific deliverables they'd like to see when we see this next? Vice Mayor Nash.
I would like to think about it and send an email within the next day or two.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yeah, I listed a bunch of things. I sent an email. I would also ask staff, and maybe it's Mayor Combs and I need to be more proactive, but we're on the subcommittee. We've only met twice, 3 times, and I'm hoping this could be more iterative so that we can kind of flag, we both come from very different perspectives on this. And I think that's a good thing in us to be able to flag kind of these decision point moments. So we can kind of say this is something that needs to come back to council or that we need more feedback on. So I would suggest, I know it takes time to meet with the subcommittee, but I think that it's an investment that can help move this along.
Yeah, totally fair point, Councilmember Willison, and I certainly will going forward make it a priority to make myself available for the subcommittee meeting. And yeah, and that's totally fair. I do think, is there, I mean, how much can we speak for the whole council? like, I don't know. I mean, certainly we can do, or to your point, we can meet more regularly than we have to this point. So that's a fair point and accepted. But I like, again, I hadn't closely studied or looked at the maps in District 5, and I don't specifically kind of know where the venture firm.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
I have some
I'm not
idea.
suggesting we make decisions for the council, but I know like there was some comment I believe Mr. Bradley made where like a decision was made to do X, Y, or Z. And sounds like the decision was made by the consulting team and the staff. And like that might have been something where if we had been meeting more regularly, we could have said, that might be something that the council would want to give better direction on. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. One other topic which is related, and I just want to throw out there since I think there's time value there, and that's I would like to see us or have some sort of objective standards to facilitate the ministerial review of SB 9 projects. Basically, we need to get something in place, I believe, by the first of the year, or essentially projects go through without any review. So I would suggest that we try to get something, at least something general there, perhaps between staff and our M group. There is something standard that we could put there. To me, having anything there is most likely better than having nothing there when projects start coming through. And I think that that's actually a council decision, whether or not we want to, if we actually do feel something is anything, pretty much anything is better than nothing, realizing that we've trust the folks who would be doing it. But I'm wondering if that could either be agendized for sometime soon, or whether we actually can make some sort of get a poll right now.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I'm actually not ready to respond to that, Vice Mayor Nash, but I appreciate you bringing it up. And I just wanted to follow up on any additional comments that I have. I'll provide them in writing. Thank you.
Okay. And so since there are going to be, I think Councilmember Willison said she had already sent an email with some things that she wanted to see, and just since we're going to be sending, the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Taylor are going to be sending emails, can we give the staff some specific idea of when those emails will be sent? Only because obviously they have expressed that they're working under timelines that obviously we're a little off already, and obviously we'll get off even more. And so, Vice Mayor Nash.
I just would say I'd commit to hopefully the end of the week, but definitely by Monday, just to
Okay.
give.
Okay.
Thank you. And
okay. Yeah. And if Councilmember Taylor, then if you could also get your email in by Monday too, then that would be, I'm sure, very, very helpful in moving this along. So are we, obviously the council isn't taking action tonight, and so are we done here?
Combs, if I may, just request that perhaps all members of the city council email their their list by Monday, November 1st, if that works for the M group and staff. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bradley.
November 1st would be great. That'd be Monday, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well then, I think that's going to be it for this meeting. Thank you all for the discussion. This is our last agenda item. And so, again, thank all of the residents who are still with us at this late hour, and again who provided a public comment. And so, so obviously we will be revisiting this issue again, and Lacey, the onus is on the vice mayor and the city manager and I to make sure that this comes back as soon as possible after the additional work has been completed. All right. Well, with that, have a Vice Mayor Nash.
I just wanted to mention that tomorrow is the grand opening of Bon Marché, the farmers market at downtown by in front of Walgreens, and hopefully everyone can make it.
Yeah, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is the start. So yeah. Wait, Mr. Bradley, did you want to add something? No. All right.
Good night and thank you.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thanks. All right. See everyone. The meeting is adjourned.